Viewers of concerned citizens of South Sudan, I welcome you all around the world. Of course, I'm Jongkor Mayol here, conducting this show. Tonight, we are going to have a very, very important topic here, and we are joined by Agel Machar from Juba, the spokesman of First Vice President of the Republic of South Sudan. We also joined by Reath Mouch from Washington, D.C. will join us by video here shortly. And we also will have Emmanuel Ajawin joining us from Paris also to discuss very, very important topic tonight. As you can see there, I posted a topic saying that South Sudan has a new revitalized peace agreement. But does it address the issue of federalism? That's the first question there. And also, we do have the issue of federalism has been described as some opposition group is one of the root causes of the conflict in South Sudan. Could it be conclude that federalism has been an issue as a root cause of the problem? So we are going to examine this with these three gentlemen today here in our show. But first, let's go ahead and welcome all of you, wherever you are, to Concerned Citizen of South Sudan. I have Agel Machar live here from Juba also on the phone. And I'm looking for Reath Mouch to come in and send in a request, who is a current member of SPLM-IO and the former member of the South Sudan National Legislative Assembly. Reath, if you are there, go ahead and send in your request so we can start the discussion tonight. But as I said, momentarily we will be joined by Emmanuel Ajawin from Paris as well to become part of our discussion today. So let me go ahead here and look for Reath. If Reath available, go ahead and send me a request. I already have a girl online here with us. All right. Let me go ahead and look for him here. Hang on, Agel. Thank you for accepting our invitation and coming to become part of this discussion tonight. So I do not see Reath. Reath, go ahead and send me a request so we can start the discussion. And I apologize one more time, for starting the program late because we were having difficulties connecting the other party from Paris and from Juba as well. Reath, we are waiting for you to log in. But meanwhile, I believe so. I read that question, Agel. If you can hear me, I want to go ahead here and you know, when you read the preamble, of the revitalized peace agreement, there are so many things here, you know, has been addressed already. Especially, it said, meaningful of our commitment under the transitional constitution of the Republic of South Sudan, you know, RCS, as amended to lay a foundation for a united, peaceful, prosperous society, added based on justice and equality and respect for human rights. So the party actually, they have addressed that issue that we are recommitting ourselves, we lay you down, a lot of things had happened in South Sudan. But now the question is, and you can see there from our topic today, did the parties address the issue of federalism? Because there are some opposition that are still saying that actually the issue of federalism was not addressed. If you hear me, I want to get your perspective again before we move forward here. Was the issue of federalism addressed properly on the revitalized peace agreement? Hello? Are you there, Agel? It seemed like there is some issue with the technical there. We tried to fix that as well. Let me go ahead and see what I can do with this. And we can do it through the WhatsApp. Maybe through WhatsApp it can work fine. So far I'm trying to do it through the messenger. But it seemed like, you know, it's not going properly. Meanwhile, I'm still waiting for Reath to log in so we can bring him on live video. So Reath, if you are around, please go ahead and log in. I'm going to go ahead to reconnect with the Agel Machar from Juba so we can move here and start this. Meanwhile, Emmanuel Ajawin is going to join us momentarily from Paris because right now he's in Paris, I believe so. So let me go ahead and reconnect Agel Machar. While I'm doing that, I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit of music here so we can move forward. Are you there again? Hang on there. Now we are joined by Agel Machar from Juba, the spokesperson of First Vice President Ban Dengai. Agel, I believe so. You did not understood my question and the technical with the network right there. I'm going to repeat the question one more time. So now, I was saying that South Sudan has a revitalized peace agreement already. Did the issue of federalism being addressed on that revitalized peace agreement? Because there are some opposition actually are saying that the root cause of the issue was not addressed on that revitalized peace agreement. So I want to get your perspective on this before we move forward.
Thank you very much, Jongkor, and other colleagues that are on. if you can hear me.
Yeah, very well.
Of course, the issue of federalism is an issue of governance for the people of South Sudan by the people of South Sudan.
Mm-hmm.
It was never expected to be addressed fully in a foreign country. But the agreement has clearly given the parameters that will lead us through our permanent constitution-making process to identify what sort of governance fits the people of South Sudan. Federalism has been given preference in this agreement. So we are actually heading for federalism, but you cannot expect such kind of system to be done in Addis or in Khartoum. The people of South Sudan need to be involved on this issue. They need to also identify what kind of federalism do they want and what do they want to do with it. But federalism, it is a long-time demand by the people of South Sudan for a very long time, even before our independence of Sudanese in 1956. So it is something that is coming, but I don't think it will be finalized in Addis or Khartoum. And I do not expect it to be finalized in a foreign country. It is the process that will be done. It will be a people-driven process, and will arrive at what sort of federalism that suits the people of South Sudan.
All right.
If you are hearing me.
Okay. Thank you for answering that. So actually reading from preamble, I have the revitalized peace agreement in front of me here. And if you go to preamble on paragraph 5, I do see there from the word cognizant, that federal system of the government is a popular demand of the people of the Republic of South Sudan. And there is the need for revitalized government of national unity to reflect this demand by way of devolution, more powers and resources to the lower level of the government. Is that what you're talking about? That has been mentioned on the peace agreement? That's what you're talking about here again?
Yes, as you have read already, okay, as it says, that by way of devolution of more powers and resources to lower levels of government, that itself is a spirit of federalism, but it is not federalism per se, because the agreement knows that this system cannot be finalized in a foreign country. But people have to know that South Sudan already is on a decentralized system. And that's why we have the advisor on decentralization and intergovernmental linkages as one of the presidential advisors, who is now Mayol. Is that South Sudan already was trying, in the spirit of federalism, to devolve more resources and power. Now, it is not a secret that South Sudan has failed in this process. There's no doubt that South Sudan has failed in making sure that the decentralized system already prescribed in the Constitution has not been executed fully. So those in the opposition that are saying that the Juba government is crooked and therefore denying the states and the peripheries the rightful share of resources and power, they are correct. Okay? And so the agreement requires these revitalized tribunal to devolve more powers and resources. And they are going to do this as prescribed in the agreement. While we are working out about exactly how to go on a full-blown federal system in the country.
Okay. So now, it talk about the devolution of the power to the level and the state and local, okay, and resources. Now, then, why it's not clear? Because the other parties are saying actually it did not address the root cause of the problem. Do you believe federalism was the root cause of the war in South Sudan?
Okay.
Go ahead.
It is not the only root cause. There are many root causes with the conflict in the south of Sudan. But the fact that some people in the periphery feel marginalized by central system, which is lack of federal spirit, which is lack of implementation of the centralized system provided for in the Constitution, the fact that majority of the resources since independence were used in Juba is a mistake. And that is a mistake that needs to be fixed. There's no doubt about it. So I agree with anybody who says that the last 13 years since 2005 up to now, or at least from 2011 up to now, South Sudan should have worked more to implement the decentralized system already in the Constitution while we are preparing for a federal system. But I think they are still in the bush because they believe there are other root causes they feel like they have not been addressed. But I think federalism should not be one of them because already the revitalized transitional government will devolve more powers and more resources to the state as asked for by the agreement. On top of that, through the permanent constitution making process, South Sudan will identify using comparative analysis of all the federal system around the world and using our cultural context to come up with what sort of federal system suits all of us. So by the end of the transitional period, we will have a permanent constitution, which is a federal constitution of the choice of the people of South Sudan, which will then go to a referendum, and then it will be passed. So anybody who still picks up arm now, saying that they want federalism in Khartoum or in Addis, is not going to work. No country has ever implemented the federal system outside the country. It is a process that must be driven by the people themselves. So these leaders, if all the issues have been resolved, and only thing left for them is the issue of federalism, they need to come to Cuba immediately, so that we can go and sensitize our public about the benefits of federalism and what sort of federalism fits as best, so that when the permanent constitution making process starts, the public is ready to choose the right sort of federalism that will not divide us.
Okay. So now I understand, your point, and our viewers too, they do understood your point. But at this critical moment, we still have some opposition outside. We have NAS, we have PDM, and we have actually the SSUF, which it was not even accepted to be part of the revitalized peace agreement. So what the government is doing, to bring those or to reach out to bring them, to make them part of this revitalized agreement then?
Okay. Already, we are on record. The government of South Sudan is on record saying that we are open and we are stretching out the arm of peace to all the political groups that were not part of the revitalized agreement, so that the guns are silent across the country. Number two, the latest IGAD Council of Ministers in Addis has instructed the IGAD Special Envoy to South Sudan to reach out to those political forces that refuse to sign on to ARCES to identify what are their problems and to dialogue with them so that they become part of the revitalized agreement. This is the interest of the government, the interest of the people of South Sudan, and the interest of the regional body, the IGAD. Everybody is tired of war, and we want to end the war as soon as possible. So these people, IGAD will approach them, and I'm sure even those of Malone this time will be approached by IGAD, and they will be heard what are their problems, and they will be addressed the way other political forces issues were addressed. This is the same formula. After all, we are all South Sudanese. We all love this country. We have just disagreed on how best to govern it. And the best way to do it is not to kill each other. Is to come back after our small argument, because every family, people can argue and get back together on the table and agree on how best to transition the country to a free and fair election, where the people of South Sudan will then choose the leaders they want based on their programs, and then we move on from there. But some of these issues will not be addressed, whether it is federalism, whether it is equal distribution of resources, whether it is tackling corruption, whether it is fighting tribalism, regionalism, and all these isms that have ill the people of South Sudan and have thrown our social fabric. This transitional government of national unity led by President Salva has a change of mind and heart. We have seen already the things we have already done, and we are not checking here. We are continuing to push forward, reach out to every political force in the country. All of us must converge in the country. We must sensitize our people, unite our people, and move on to a free and fair election.
All right. So I have seen that Dr. Reath Machar as well is moving, reaching out to those who are not part of the peace agreement. What do you take of that? Was it mandated by the government?
Very good.
Go ahead.
That is very good. He doesn't need permission from anybody. He doesn't need any mandate from anybody. He's a South Sudanese leader who has decided to denounce armed struggle and has decided to follow the path of peace. If there is a way he can convince his colleagues to do the same, and for all of them to come to Juba, so that all of us can solve that has not been finalized and could not be finalized in Khartoum and Addis, in Juba, we welcome that. And we congratulate him, Mr. Reath Machar. We congratulate him also for being courageous last time to come to Juba. That has a huge impact. It showed the whole region and the whole world that South Sudanese leaders have changed their minds. Okay? This war spirit has gone, and they have realized how they have destroyed their country and they want to turn it around. So he came without a single bodyguard, and he was protected all day and he left. So we congratulate him for that courage. The way he left Juba, if he was any other leader, it would have been difficult for him to come back. Because he left us under very difficult conditions, and he was told to come back without any bodyguard. So we congratulate him. We encourage him to continue to talk to them because they are in the position and they are closer to each other more than we are to them. So the more he brings them in, the better.
Go ahead.
Yes. So we have no problem. If you're reaching out to other opposition is welcome.
All right. Well, Agel Machar is spokesperson of Vice President of South Sudan. I want you to hang on, and I may call you back because actually the setting was to have Reath Mouch on the live video and Emmanuel Ajawin also on the phone with you, but unfortunately Emmanuel is still somewhere, he's traveling today, and he said that he's gonna be with us shortly, and for some reason I did not see Reath logging in, but he's supposed to be part of this program because I want you to say something and I want someone to say something at the same time to have, you know, a fairness here because we need, you know, to have a response, but unfortunately they are not part of this. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna excuse you for, you know, amount of time now, but I'm going to call you again for one more time because you already answered a couple of questions, but we still have more questions need to be answered, and we need you know, respond from the other two gentlemen. So please, I'm gonna go ahead and let you go now, and I will I'll bring you back.
No, I will disconnect. I'll disconnect. No problem.
All right, thank you so much again. Let me go ahead and see, and of course, yeah, Emmanuel is supposed to be here, but Emmanuel is traveling. Actually, I talked to him. He's in Paris, but he was in very noisy place. He wanted to go back to hotel, and then he would be able. That's not right, you know, Reath. You're supposed to call me when I have this gentleman here because actually it was a conference. It was a conference discussion. So I don't know. I'm gonna bring him back one more back, and we can have it together because I don't want to have one at a time for someone to go and someone to come in. That's not, you know, a way I wanted to do it today. I want to do it this way. So let me go ahead and bring Agel, and I'll bring Reath one more time so we can move forward here. All right. Let me do this. I'm calling you now, Reath. I'm calling you. Go ahead.
All right. Sorry.
Yeah, Reath,
I'm just positioning myself.
I'm not gonna complain, but I was expecting you to be on while I'm having other person from Juba and other person from Paris, so we can.
All right.
You know.
All right. Sorry.
So are you well set up now?
Yeah.
Okay. If that's the case, I'm gonna go ahead and bring back Agel, and I'll bring Emmanuel Ajawin as well. Because it would not be fair for someone, you know, to answer the question and we don't hear responses from the other person. So hang on. Hang on for a minute. Are you there? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Reath?
Yes, Jongkor, how are you doing? I'm very sorry. I did not get the instruction of the debate. I thought maybe one come at a time and the other person come in. So sorry for the late coming.
No problem. Actually, it has to be debate. You know, that's the way that we want the margin that we wanted to move. I want to say something and he can say something. Yeah, and we see what is the difference here, where we are different here. And that's one of the reasons I want to have Emmanuel, I want to have him as well. So now,
all right.
I believe so you hear everything that Agel have said and you hear my question as well. So now I want to get your perspective from that question. If you want me to repeat the question, I am more than happy to go ahead and do that.
You can go ahead and repeat it.
So the question actually has something to do with the title, because the title saying that revitalized peace agreement was signed, but actually some opposition don't think that the revitalized agreement have addressed the issue of federalism. So what is your intake on that? Did the revitalized agreement address the issue of federalism? And if it did, how? Just go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jongkor. Again, I need to apologize for our viewers because I know people have been here for a long time. I know this show is a very important show, different to some of the shows that we had, because we're trying to explore way of how we can govern ourselves and which way we should choose as the people of South Sudan to be able to govern our country. To me personally, I think this peace agreement does not address the issue of the federal system. I'm not talking on behalf of those who are not part of the peace agreement, because to me also I think their issues may not be federal system as per se, because you know they may have a different agenda, because based on what they are saying and what I know personally. If I talk briefly about the three systems of the government that we use in the world, we have the unitary system, we have the federal system we are talking about today. We have also a system that we call confederation. And in the unitary system, the power is derived from the central government. You have the central government, you have the state, and you have the local government. It is something lined up. This is only three levels, from the central government and from the state government and then the local government. And in that system of the unitary system, this is where you find something to do with decentralized system, because the power are being devolved or delegated or deconcentrated from the center to the local. And this is a system that the South Sudan is using today. Actually, the South Sudan is actually confusing people. And I question the idea in the mind of the premise of the Constitution.
Reath,
because the Constitution, yeah.
Reath, I'm sorry to disrupt you here. Was the issue of federalism addressed on the revitalized peace agreement?
Okay, I'm coming to that. Okay, if you want to make, I was trying to do this kind of explanation, and then I will come to the issue of your question. But to make the story short, this issue is not addressed, because if you look at the preamble, because the preamble actually promises what is written in the Constitution, and in context of the peace agreement, the preamble actually promises what is in the peace agreement that is going to be implemented. If you read the preamble,
yes.
If you read the preamble of the peace agreement, it said, cognizant that a federal system of government is the demand of the people of the Republic of South Sudan, and the need for the transitional government, which they call revitalized transitional government, to reflect this demand by a way of devolution of powers to the local levels of government. This is what is written in the peace agreement.
And how do you translate that? How do you translate that?
Here is a translation. I was trying to explain to you the difference between the unitary government system and the unitary and the federal system of the government. there is no devolution of powers in the federal system. The power in the federal system are constitutionally divided. There is a clear division of the powers, and the center and the state, they are both having the exclusive power, and they have what they call concurrent power. And here it talk about devolution. When you talk about devolution, devolution is a part of the centralized system, which is a part of unitary system. So now the peace agreement have not done anything new. It is just, you know, complementing what is written in the constitution, actually, that we say we are committed to establish a decentralized democratic kind of government in which power shall be peacefully transferred to the people. This is what is written in the preamble of the constitution. For that reason, when you talk about the devolution of the power of the federal, in the federal system are not devolved, they are divided constitutionally. So here, there is nothing different. It's the same way it is written in the constitution. So you don't have a federal system here. So what it say, again, here it said, you know, what Agel was saying, I missed most of the thing that Agel was saying, but I think I catch some of it, which mean that, you know, the people of South Sudan are the one to be has electron of which federal, of which government system or governance system that they want. And that has been the position of the government since day one. So now in this peace agreement, you don't have a federal system. You have the devolution of the power, which is a kind of the same practices with the same constitution that we have that say that the power will be decentralized. And by the way, in that system, the center still hold the power because the center decide when to decentralize or devolve powers, and they have a right to reclaim or recall those power back at will at the time when they want to bring them back. So there is no federal system in this peace agreement.
Okay. Okay, now let me go to the next question, and then I will get Agel to respond to that, because actually, again, Agel has the difference with you, because he said that there's the federal system that have been addressed on the peace agreement, and now you said no, has not been addressed. Now, was the root cause? I'm here. Just hang on for a second. Hang on for a second again. Was the root cause of the problem in South Sudan? Was it about the federalism or something else?
Well, the root cause of the problem of South Sudan is both the issue of the government system, which you talk about the governance system, you talk about, you know, because people were governed in a way that is not working well for them, because the power are in the center. And what should be the best, you know, policies or the best system of governance that the government of South Sudan should have used is the system whereby the power are given to the people. What I was trying to tell you is that there is a confusion in the constitution, because the constitution, the preamble of the constitution, talk about the centralizing of the powers to the people. When you go to schedule at the end of the constitution, the Schedule 1 and Schedule 2, they talk about, you know, exclusive power of the national government, exclusive power of the state government, and concurrent power. And this system, it does not work with the centralized system, which is the unitary system that I was talking about. This works only in a federal system. So you have in the same constitution a confusion of the same federal system and the centralized system, which is the unitary system. And here is the issue. Our constitution, our laws actually, are not being implemented. So all the time we've been working outside the law. Even the law that we have written, whether it is a unitary system of the government, whether it is a federal system of the government of South Sudan has not been following the law. Okay, they have been working outside the law. This is why the war happened, because first of all, the power were not devolved, which means we would say that if the power, if the governing system of South Sudan were the federal system, it would have limited the chances of going to the conflict or going to war that we are going today. And if the law were followed, if they were not violated by the people who made the law themselves and the people who were supposed to uphold the law of the country, there may have not been this chance to go to war. So to me, I would say both of them, it was because of the system of the leadership, which is the absence of the federal system, and also the violation of the law by the people who were supposed to uphold the law and constitution.
Okay, thank you. Let's leave it there. Let me go ahead to Agel here to give a response. Agel, if you can hear me, I believe you already hear what Reath have said. Reath disagreement, he said federal system actually was not addressed on the RCs. And also the root cause of the problems, as we see, sometimes we talk about the power struggling and the service delivering, those are the root cause, but some people have different ideas. They think it's federalism is the way of governing. So what is your response to that?
Jongkor, and your listeners and your viewers.
Yes.
What Honorable Reath Mouch has said and what I said are not much different.
Okay.
We agree that the revitalized transitional government of national unity that will be established in May, around May next year, will not be established to run a federal republic of South Sudan. It will not be a federal government.
Okay.
Why will it not? Because the constitutional exercise that is required to change a unitary system like what we have, the centralized unitary system, has not been accomplished and cannot be accomplished in Khartoum and Addis. This is where we disagree. We are not saying we don't want federal system. We are saying that it should not be left to 4 or 5 people in Addis. The people of South Sudan need to have a voice in it. And this
go ahead.
Thing, not federalism. In serious federalism, more power, economic and political, has to be developed to a lower level. If the tribunal, the revitalized tribunal, does that and then reverse at will, as Mouch said, that will be a violation of the agreement. And we know that we are committed to the agreement. So nobody is going to violate it because it will only be for 2-3 years. And then we will sit down as the people of South Sudan over a period of time, and then we negotiate these powers that are to be put in the constitution between the national government, the state government, and the local government. This state government, it is a negotiation that is very intense and has to be negotiated and put in the constitution. Our permanent constitution will not have any space for president or any government official to violate the constitution. Okay? So as soon as we get rid of your new constitution, and we put it in place a permanent constitution that is drafted by the people of South Sudan and passed in a referendum, that constitution will be like any other constitution in the world. If it says 50% of, for example, financial income, national income goes to the state, it will go to the state as constitution says. The reason we have with our previous constitution is that there was a lot of loopholes. It was designed in a way that gave certain quarters a lot of powers that they can overstep things, which is what we will correct in this process. South Sudan was never had a permanent constitution. So what we had was a temporary one that was not well done. Now we have agreed that the constitution was not good and we are going to make it permanent. So where we disagree is that we want the federalism to be effective immediately May next year. Okay? When they are still out and we are here. How do we engage the public? How do we hear from them what sort of federalism? How many states, for example? The Boundary Commission has not even done the tribal boundaries and come up with the possible number of states. You still have to know the number of states before you can negotiate between the state and the national government. If we are going for 3 regions, we are going for 10 states, 21 states, 28, 32, or even more. This exercise will have to be done while we are in the country. And from there, we can, in the permanent decision-making process, we can then identify the best sort of federalism for us.
Okay, thank you. So, Reath,
this is what I'm saying. So I agree with that the fact that federalism or centralization of power and resources in Juba has made those in the periphery feel like they are not part of the government, and therefore make people angry and resort to violence. It could also be a contribution to the war. I have no problem with that. Okay? We have no argument over that. Where we have differences is where and when do we respect federalism. Do we do it in Addis, okay, in 1 month? Or do we allow South Sudanese to participate when we come inside, while we are making the permanent constitution? This is where we differ with the position. And that instrument is clear. Even the region, they know. They cannot do it. Even Ethiopia, when they set federalism, after those amendments are now it was done inside the country. They cannot do it in the bush. And it cannot be done in the negotiating table. It is something that can be done by the people of South Sudan. All of us know that by now. Even the top leaders, including Agel Machar, they understand that. And when we come in, we will do it. You guys know that there is certain regions which doesn't want federalism. It is not true. Or this idea that people are afraid that federal region will break away if they are given federalism is not true. Nobody is more security than the other, and nobody does not want resources to go to their states. Like for me, I come from 6 states. It is all the way there south of in the north. I'm so far away from Juba. But if more resources are not constitutionally pushed to a people, my constituency will not be happy. So let's just do this campaign, and let's start the constitution making process. So we can identify what sort of federalism we take and we implement it. Nobody will violate it.
All right, thank you again. Let's leave it there. Now, Reath, you have heard. There's a lot of noise on your background there, Reath. Can you just, help with that? There's a lot of background noise there.
I don't think, maybe I don't think it's me. Maybe somebody else, because I'm in a very quiet room. Nobody here.
Now we can understand, and our viewers can understand from what the spokesperson or vice president said, Agel Machar, that actually the interim period is not going to be a federal system. It's not going to. What is going to happen? The government of national unity on those 3 years is going to set a foundation. And people of South Sudan have to be involved in any process that include federalism, which is mean that they have to pass the law, write a permanent constitution, and after they write permanent constitution, they may, he didn't say that, but this is what I think, they may even go for what? For a referendum. What kind of government we need? We need this to be through a referendum. Okay, now my question, Reath, were other opposition, including IO, expecting that the federalism has to be negotiated and then implemented right away? Or where they know that we have to sign a peace agreement and then we go for constitutional conference and write a constitution, and then any form of government should be left to the people of South Sudan? I want your answer to that, because there is the most confusion here right now.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jongkor. I thank my brother Agel for agreeing with me that there is no federal system in this peace agreement. I thank
on the interim period.
Yeah, but the peace agreement is about the interim period, because after the interim period you will not have a peace agreement. So now with that, I know that the SPLMIO actually have proposed the federal system to be implemented. The implementation that Agel is saying, the reason why we don't have the federal system in this peace agreement, it is not because it's very hard to do, but it is because the government does not want that system. They want to continue with the unitary system of the government that has been the source of this conflict. And SPLMIO has been very clear. They even went ahead and suggested the way forward, because when you do the federal system, also to make it look good, you need to make sure that you don't have to do it like any ethnic group have their own state, like the way the 28 states have been proposed. Because in the federal system, you have to have a mixture of communities. You have to keep people together. And this is exactly it is demonstrated by the colonial district that we call the British district or the colonial district, how you call them, because they have actually mixed it out. They put people together. They don't put the people of Western Bargazal Paratit by themselves. They make them with Dinka, and they don't put the Nuer and Apanal by themselves. They make them with Dinka. This is the kind of the federal system that we want. To come to the issue why this federal system was not there in the agreement, actually, this is the reason why I would say it. I'm not trying to side with those who are outside the peace agreement, even though, in my opinion, some people actually they are demanding for confederation. They are not actually telling us the truth. Okay, they don't want this kind of federal system. They need confederation in which each and every region will be independent. And if we want to be one union, and then that has to be a creation of the constituent of all these three states trying to make one union, which will become like the US system. Yeah. So
who are those you think they are calling for?
I think like Thomas Cirillo, for example. I think they are for confederation. They are not for federal system. They are just confusing people, and to come to the issue of what Agel is saying, you know, SPLM have demanded that the federal system must be. And by the way, there is something here. People of South Sudan that you are saying that they will decide. By the way, I am not, you know, I'm not ignorant that our people have people who are educated, but the majority of our people, they do not even know what we are talking about today, to be honest. Correct. They don't know what is about federal system, what is the unitary system. They don't know it. We are in the stage of founding a nation, and founding a nation, it is up to those who are founding a nation to come up with a system that they deem is good for all the people of South Sudan. So you can just decide in Khartoum that, you know, we are going to implement the federal system in the government of South Sudan. The people of South Sudan will not say no. Actually, it is the government that is, you know, telling the people that no, you are good with your state. And you hear this from Salva Kiir himself, saying that if you tell the people of Nasser County that your state will be taken in and you will not have an state, they will fight you. Actually, Salva Kiir were very smart in the way that they create more state to kill that call for federal system, because they know that people don't know the good thing about federal system. It is us, the politician, the intellectual, the educators, who can tell the people what is good for them. But instead now, some of us, like the government, is telling people the state are good for you, because they use the state to divide, you know, to divide position, to give people money, not actually to think about what is good for the future of the people of South Sudan, for the next generation and all this kind of thing. If actually the government of Salva Kiir think about the future of the people of South Sudan, to reduce all this kind of problem based on our diversity and all this, putting the federal system in place does not require hard work. It does not need 2 days. It's just one day that write it down, go to Juba, say that we are going to do a federal system. That will work. So that it's not hard. Actually, the government does not want it. And if actually people who are not part of the peace agreement are saying, for example, we don't want, they must be very clear, for example, if they say, because now government have given option. But what I know so far, that option will not work. This is my worry. Because what takes us to war is because the center does not want other people to have power. They even violating the constitution. They violated the law that give them the power to rule the country. So in short, federal system is not a big issue. It does not need my sitting, and you don't need to go to the community that does not even read the constitution to tell them which system do you want to govern yourself, and you try to conduct the referendum. It is not like when we want to secede from Sudan, because when we want to secede from Sudan, you tell people, Nana Darin Gasum Majalaba. Makhalas message there is very clear, we want to separate Majalaba. They understand that. But if you tell them if you go to Nasser, where I come from, for example, and tell people, what do you know about federal system? They will not explain to you. That means there is a work to be done by the center, and the center must be people who are patriot, nationalists, who are trying to put a real system, not to use, you know, position and creating of many states, you know, to divide people further. Division of state is a division of people further, and actually it will not solve our problem. It would have been good it would have been good if the government have accepted the federal system of the government. So that we see those who are outside the country who are saying that we want the federal system, if they can continue going to be outside, or they are going to join the peace agreement. So I think the government does not want federal system, and it will not succeed if this government continue.
Okay, but since you are part of this peace agreement, because you are a member of IO, so would you believe, though, the government is going to implement this peace agreement in letter and spirit within the transitional national unity?
In the context of the SPLM-IO, the leadership of the SPLM-IO have decided to take a risk, like they did in 2015, to give the people of South Sudan a chance to have peace, at least to do their part as the people of this nation, because they have seen the people of South Sudan have suffered enough. Not because they know 100% that the government of Salva Kiir will implement the peace agreement. I think this is an initiative from Dr. Reath Machar himself, in which even many of the SPLM cadre, they still have doubt, but Dr. Reath have decided that the person who believe in peace have decided, let's go to Juba. And to me personally, I don't believe it. As Reath, I don't believe it, because I don't believe Salva Kiir is not a man of his word. Is just bag and forth, and Salva Kiir is not working to make this nation one nation. He's trying to destroy this nation, and he does not have a policy of bringing people together. He never made a U-turn. I don't care what people are saying. People were saying that, because I still believe that I have a lot of questions, but as a person, not as the SPLM-IO, as an individual who is a citizen of South Sudan, I don't believe Salva Kiir is going to implement this peace agreement. And because I have evidence, I used to say that if you see Salva Kiir when he did interview with the Kenyan journalists after the peace agreement was signed, he was actually insulting even his counterpart whom he signed peace with. And people were saying, okay, when people went to Juba, Salva gave a very good speech. I tell people that it was written by somebody and it was meant for the audience. It does mean even the people of South Sudan who were dancing that day, they were just poor people who don't know what Salva Kiir have in the mind. I don't believe Salva Kiir is a man of peace. He don't have a program, and I doubt that he is going to implement this peace agreement. This is my own personal opinion.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that. Let me go ahead and get Agel to give him a last word here, last response, and then we leave it there so we can move forward. Agel, I believe so. You hear what, Honorable, the former member of parliament said. So what is your response before I let you go here? Are you there?
Hello, are you there?
Yes.
I'm here, yes. Now, it has gone on with a lot of political statements. Most of it are propaganda. That before we separated, we were one SPLM-IO. Okay. So some of the jargon is using jargon that we work together. So some of them are not factual. Let me say this. Number one, that President Salva is not willing, and it is not in his nature, to bring people on board, is not true. In fact, President Salva has got a lot of support with the SPLM, original SPLM, because of his weekend policy. Where, for example, in 2006, he got into and many others. Salva is known for open arms. Yes, he can fight with you, he can compete with you, but he can also reconcile and bring them together. These are ideas that, are you with me?
Yes.
These ideas that people don't know what federalism is. And it's Reath Machar, for example, or Agel Machar, who know. It is not. And even if they don't know, it is our duty to go to them and educate them, so that they make an informed decision about how they should be governed. We cannot ignore our people and go to addicts. Okay? And we go and bring something they don't know anything about, okay, and push it down their throat. This is not how leadership is. Leadership is, if there is anything complicated, you make it simple for the people to understand and let them make a choice. I remember during the election in 2010, people said the people of South Sudan cannot vote. But But guess what? They voted 12 times. They need to keep 12 times. In America, they voted 40. But in South Sudan, in the village, they voted for 12 people. You have to vote for President of Sudan. You have to vote for MP to go to Khartoum. You have to vote for MP to go to Cuba. You have to vote for MP to go to your state. You have to vote for your governor. You have to vote for all these, the president of the government of South Sudan. So the people of South Sudan know. His own people enough to understand what federalism is. If you explain it in if you go to them and sit with them and say, the reason we want to bring this new system is because it will bring you more money, it will bring you more control over your local security, over the content of your curriculum in your education, over how you govern yourself, over your priorities, over how you exploit your resources, in partnership with the national government. If you explain this in Nuer language, in Tongna, in Nasser, it will be understood and they will say. So we don't believe in these ideas that we, the government, know better than this. We are saying, let them come together, let's go to the people, and we will implement it. How is the government going to run away from the overwhelming demand of the people? How? Now we got peace, not because these political parties have the political strength that we are given, but it is because the people of South Sudan demand peace at all costs. We responded. Some of the compromises we made are not deserving of this organization. Some of these organizations are business organizations. Other than those of Victoria and maybe one or two others, the rest are family organizations and they are brief-based organizations. But we did this because the people of South Sudan said no. President Alpha, you go to Khartoum, you go to Addis and bring back your brothers. We are tired of war. So we are already responsive to the people. And there is no way we can deny the people of South Sudan what they want. Finally, this idea that the number of states was increased so that there is no federalism in a country, shows that my honorable member does not understand what federalism is. Federalism has nothing to do with number of states. You can have a federal system with 3 regions. You can have it with 10 states. You can have it with 5 states, 28 states, or 50 states. What it basically means is that you divide power and resources between the center and the periphery. Whether the periphery is 47 like it is in Kenya, there are only 32 in Kenya, there are 47 counties. And a lot of devolution has been done. So federalism has nothing to do with the number of states. So if you have the issue with the number of states, we understand. If you say, for example, the boundaries have not been done properly, the states have not been divided well, they are too tribal, they divide people, okay. That's why we have boundary commission. Okay? So that they can come as experts in the region internationally to come in and help us grow the borders. So that we can solve this issue of somebody has taken my land, somebody has taken my land. This is a different issue from federalism. Because at the end of the day, whichever number we have agreed as number of states, we will have to apply federalism as the people of South Sudan demand it. Whether they are 10 states, 21 states, or 28 states, or 2 or 50 states. It has nothing to do with numbers. So my honorable doesn't understand this process properly. He needs more because he knows more. What they are saying is that this process has to be people-driven. If it was easy, how can you say federalism is easy? I think we can sit in one day and say yes. For example, you need to be able to understand, okay, Ren state or Central Upper Nile state where there is college, for example, of their oil. How much money of their oil is going to go to Juba, and how much of their oil is going to remain in the state? Okay? What if the people of Ren state or people of Northern Upper Nile state say we want 80% of our oil? Where will that go? What if the people of Kapote state out of our gold that will be mined here? What is this percentage we are going with this? There is nothing like this. So it is a very serious process to change government from unitary to federalism. It is something that actually it is renewed every 5 years. In other countries, people negotiate every 5 years. The national government and the state negotiate certain things every 5 years, depending on what is going on or what natural resources is discovered where, and what is the interest of national government and the state government. It's a very difficult thing. So we must come and work very hard to educate ourselves as leaders and then sensitize our people so that all of us collectively make an informed decision Okay? So
can I go ahead and respond to Agel?
It's a non-issue no more. Nobody should continue in the bush because federalism has not been done. Those of that, when we come to Juba, who will stop the people of Nasser from saying we want federalism during the constitution making process? That is his constituency. I have my constituency of peace. For me, I can tell you now, he can say that the government does not want federalism, but I can tell him point blank, as a Agel Machar conflict, I want federalism. I want more resources out of Juba into my state. I want to control my own curriculum. I want to teach Dinka in peace. I don't want to be dictated by national government about what language I teach together with English or Arabic, for example. I want to be able to control my police. I want to be able to know how quickly I can exploit my natural resources, how I can protect my environment, together in partnership with national government. I want only the national government to remain with sovereign issues like territorial integrity, national defense, okay? And all other things. Federalism is a very good system. This idea that somebody else does not want this is not true. And one more point. He should not be able to accuse others of confederation. There is no one country where people call for confederation. Confederation is a system of government that is called for by two different countries. Jamaat. I think there's no one country that calls for confederation. It is two countries that call for confederation. So if the people of Thomas Cirillo, for example, want this system, the first thing they must do is to call for self-determination. They need to go outside and say we want independence. If independence is not granted, they can then go and sit and say, Ajamana, okay, now we are an independent country, but we want to be in a confederate system. Then these two independent countries can then sit down and agree on what sort of confederate system they're going to have. How much of powers are going to be left with each state, and how much powers will be surrendered to confederate government at the national level. But you cannot jump self-determination and go for confederation. You go for confederation after you expand. So there is no need for us to speak for Thomas. Thomas, you use an organization and it knows you need to objective what you want. So we are going to reach out to Thomas as a government. We are going to wait for him to put his ideas on the table in presence of Troika and IGAD. If he says, I represent the region of Victoria and I want independence, we will listen to it. I know people think that people in Victoria are less patriotic and they can easily go. It is not true. By the way, the people of Victoria are more, they are as much patriotic as anybody in South Sudan. Just because they were not in SPLM in big numbers does not mean that they don't love South Sudan. It just means that they disagree with the leadership of Jongkor. Equatorians are the ones who started this war. In 1965, 1966, it was the Equatorians who started this fighting for the freedom of South Sudan. Joseph Lago is not a Dinka from neither is he anywhere, he's an Equatorian. Ali Gatala was a Secretary in Lahore, okay, Abirikadin, all of these people who opened the eyes were Equatorians, who fought for the Equatorians are patriotic and they don't want South Sudan broken. If the Thomas Cirillo says, we the people of Equatoria want independence, nobody will listen to him anymore. If the people they want to fight in the federal system, when they control their resources, more than Cuba is. And that will be granted to them. Nobody will accept federalism. These ideas there is no need to pointing at. Okay, I believe that President Kalko, Reath Mouch, and many other opposition leaders have had a change of heart. They have revised themselves, and this time they want to do what the people want, and that is to come together, get their acts together, establish a permanent constitution, and transition a country to a peaceful election, where the people themselves, that honorable Reath think that they don't know, will then decide who are their leaders based on the program these leaders present. That's what I want to say. Thank and it's going to the middle of the night here in Juba, and I need to go back to
yeah, thank you so much.
Don't go to sleep, man. You need to listen to me.
If I can be given permission to go, I would love that.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Agel Machar, for, that elaborate. Hang on for a second. We might let you go very soon. But, Reath, I'm going to get responses from you there. You keep moving, a lot of noise from your background there.
والله ما في ازعاج انا برايبس في الغرفه.
Yeah. just so go ahead and respond in really quick so we can wrap it up because it's late in Juba. I believe it's 11 p.m. right now. So let's go ahead.
There is no worry. Agel need to stay up because there is security in Juba, so you don't have to worry. Okay. Few point, quick. Agel, I think he misunderstand me, and I hope he does not. He does not. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we are hearing you.
I hope he does not misinterpret this intentionally, because first of all, when I say that most of the people of South Sudan don't even understand what is the federal system. That is true. I'm not saying that our people don't know what they want. Even when we asked for the separation of South Sudan, what our people knew, because South Sudan have been, living in the village life for 50 years. We never had a government. So even the voting system, the reason why we formed what is called South Sudan Youth Forum for referendum, it was intended to train people to know how to vote so that they cannot mess up with the voters, because we were fearing that the Arab in the north, or the government of national unity of Sudan, then will tamper with vote and all this kind of thing. So let us be honest. Our people do not know, because if you go for the percentage of education in South Sudan, for example, a lot of people are not educated. Even the constitution of South Sudan, a lot of people are not reading it. That is true. You are not saying that the people of South Sudan don't know what they want. Of course, if you go and tell them, for example, and tell them what we want, they will understand. They know what they want. If you tell them that we want to divide power so that you have your own resources, you are in your own place, they will understand. But the technicality of federal system, you just throw it to them that there is a federal system and let vote for. They will not understand. Let us be honest. This is what I mean. It doesn't mean that I say people of South Sudan don't know anything.
Let me interject there. Don't you think if we go and campaign, if we have a transparent, with no intimidation, the people of South Sudan,
This is where I am coming.
I'll let you finish, and then we explain to them the ideas of federalism, what needed to be done. Don't you think people of South Sudan will understand this point?
This is what I'm coming to.
Okay.
And this I am saying that there are the people of South Sudan, in technical terms, they don't know this kind of unitary system, federal system, confederation. This is the reality, because our people have not been in the government before. And even the percentage of education in our communities, there are those who do not even read and write. If those who cannot read and write are the majority, how do you expect them to know all this kind of thing? This is unbecoming, but it could be told to them. But the thing is, the government is not telling people what we're talking about. The government, actually, when I said about a state, and he said that I didn't know about federal system because I talk about it. I did not say that the federal system is the number of a state. I was saying that the creation of more state by Salva Kiir is against the federal system. It's trying to destroy the federal system. So it is.
Do you want
system can have 100 states, can have 50 states. You can even decide to, even in the U.S. they have in Article 4 in the U.S. Constitution, they have a clause that say that the new state could be added to the number of the 50 states. It can happen at any time. One state can be break up into 2 states and all this kind of thing. I think Agel have missed this. I did not say that the number of the state have something to do with the federal system. So what I was saying is that the reason why Salva Kiir create more state, actually it was actually trying to destroy the idea of federal system that was proposed based on 21 colonial district. So and then he went and created more state to mess it up, and he created state based on tribe. He give Dinka their own state, he give Nuer their own state, he give Equatoria, he divide the people of Western Bargazal. This is actually a fight against federal system. This is what I'm trying to do. If the government actually is willing that they should go out and preach the federal system to the people of South Sudan, they should not even refuse it on the table. Okay, the reason why they are refusing it in the table is because they know they are going to play with it. Okay, and how they play with it, they go and tell people now, the federal system. Actually, this is what they are saying, that the federal system that the SPLM-IO or the opposition are proposing is that it means that your state will be taken away from you. And Agel is denying that, because our people actually, they don't have knowledge about all this system of the government that we are talking about. They cannot even Google it and go and find out the definition of what is the federal system. They will believe that, okay,
yeah, I will let you finish. I want to correct.
Yeah, let me finish.
Somebody wrote something.
Okay.
So, listen, we don't want to play double standard, ya Jama, Junubin, because I've seen this all the time. So are we trying to negotiate the federalism? We don't want to give it to the people of South Sudan so they can vote for it. We voted for a referendum. Why is it impossible for us, to write a constitution and say, this federalism, actually people are going to have their right, their power, their resources, and this is what's going to happen. Why are we, because I've seen some people are saying that, no, the issue actually are not for a referendum. In Europe, the constitution went through referendum, fil Qurun al-Wusta. Why is it, listen, why is it, I'm not responding to you, I'm responding to other people. Why is it impossible for us actually to speak to them? And then they will understand and they can vote. Why are we running away from that? If we are looking for democratic transference, why not going for that? I am for that. So what it is here, are we playing double standard? Go ahead, Reath.
Okay, Jongkor, I think this is your phone and this is your opinion and it's very respected. But let me say this. Jongkor, don't forget that we are not the people of South Sudan of 2011. I think you will agree with me on this. We have changed, and we have changed in a way that it is very hard for us to build the trust. Okay? And if we fail to put the federal system in place when we were peaceful and it brings us to war, how do you know that it will be easy for us to be implemented after war? And actually, someone has gone ahead, for example, and messed it up. Because, this is where Agel is coming from. Because Salva Kiir have messed up the call for the federal system by giving each tribe their own state, by taking the land from other people's state. And now, actually, what we are now facing is that we have a conflict that is going to be there for some time. Okay? Because Salva have done that. And don't forget that the creation of 28 states is actually a fight against federal system. So now, what we are trying to say, what I don't want as rest, I need peace. But I don't need peace that will bring us back to war and will give our people. We need to talk about this because we're not predicting that war will come and all this, but these are the reality because the center, the people like Agel. I think Agel himself does not even understand the constitution. Constitution, that my 3 years in the government, this was my textbook. I read it throughout 24 hours. And now I'm able to compare it with all the constitution. The constitution was not even written well. And not only today, we have been even talking about this thing in the parliament, but we were just considered young people who talk too much and nobody want to listen to us, even though they knew that we were saying the right thing, but we were the minority. Now, coming to the point, I want to respond to Agel that I did not say that the federal system is the number of states. This is wrong. Maybe this is your understanding. Federal system has nothing to do with the number of states. You can even have a number of states and you can keep increasing them. Federal system is a system that clearly defines the role of the government. You are talking about, for example, Agel is talking about money given to the state. In the federal system, you don't give money to the state. The state give money to the center because the state own the resources of their own state. Okay. And they have a way to share these resources, whether in the US, for example, that is taxed because central government, sometimes they tax the state government. There are ways they can maneuver through the concurrent power that are defined by the constitution, the exclusive power of the center, the exclusive power of the state, and then the concurrent power which both state and the center share. And this is where you will find that this spells the union of the nation and how these two governments could work together. In some part of the country, you have the three pillars of the government, which is the judiciary and the executive and legislature, which keep each other in check and balance. But in the federal system, the state also can help the center, can check, they check and balance each other, the center and the national government. So Agel actually is trying, maybe he misunderstands, you don't understand the federal system. The federal system has nothing to do with giving money to the state. The state is independent, is semi-independent. There are lines created in constitution that put the two together. They should work together in a very spell way, which is very clear in the constitution. But the roles are clearly divided. Now, what they are pushing us is to continue with the unitary system, which is even confusing the Constitution of South Sudan, because the Constitution of South Sudan, in the schedule at the end of the Constitution, if you read the Constitution carefully, at the schedule you will find Schedule 1 and A and B and C, you will find it is a federal system of the government. In the preamble, you will find it is a unitary system that just devolve and decentralize power to the local government. It is even confused. It needs to be changed completely. And because of this confusion, whether they did it, those who framed the Constitution of South Sudan, whether they did it intentionally or they did it unknowingly, because most of the time, we, the people of South Sudan, some of us, for example, we pretend to know things that we don't know, and we don't want to ask for help. And this is what I am seeing my good friend Agel Machar, who have never been in the parliament. I have been a member of parliament for 3 years, and like I say, the Constitution was my textbook. I read it throughout, and I really understand what is it. So he's even don't know what he's talking about. Now coming to the Equatorial, I did not say that Equatorian are not nationalists. He's trying to go on contact. I respect people of Equatoria. They are not even a few number of in the liberation struggle. Equatoria are not very minority, because Equatoria are not one tribe. There are so many tribes. And if you can't try by percentage, you may even find in Equatoria a percentage which is bigger than the percentage of the Dinka and the Nuer if you take by percentage. So to call Equatorian, you know, they are tribe and they are just Equatorian, and they are, I know they are nationally, they fought for this country, like he said, but I am concerned about, and this is why I say sometimes people, like when Thomas Shiri will say, for example, we need federal system. Now, the federal system that our people want, because I've been talking to some of my friends, the federal system they want, they say they need 3 regions. What does it mean for 3 regions? 3 regions is Greater Upper Nile, Greater Equatoria, and Greater Bahr el Ghazal. And this itself is not a federal system. It's purely, you know, a confederation. And Agel was saying that confederation is a 2 countries coming together. You don't know it. US, for example, was 1 country, and they have a declaration, they have an article of federation that, you know, they had before they become a federal system of government. So 1 country can actually be a federal system in which, if they decide to be that, and the good example, if we divide through our 3 greater region of Greater Bahr el Ghazal and Greater Upper Nile and Greater Equatoria, that is exactly will signify the confederation. So what we are trying to say here, I know that the peace has been signed, and nobody is saying that, you know, we don't want peace agreement, but there is also a question of leadership. What leadership are we going under? It's the same leadership of Salva Kiir Mayardit. What I have shown in Salva Kiir, only Agel Machar knows, but I don't know. Okay, so let us be very honest. Again, you say that Salva Kiir is a good person. He brought people of polynormative. I had people saying this every time. But I think this does not make sense, because polynormative is a South Sudanese. Nobody can bring somebody who is a South Sudanese. Even those who work with the National Congress Party, who are politicians, they are the one now running the government. So there was an agreement between Salva Kiir. You know, I don't like the idea of, you know, this person come and we welcome him. Who are you to welcome people in South Sudan? We are all South Sudanese. Polynormative, for example, has an issue with the system of the SPLA. Salva Kiir decided to sit down with polynormative, which I exalted. I think I praise is a good step. But nobody bring nobody, because we are all South Sudanese. And this is a backward idea. People are saying we bring these people and we bring these people. Nobody should bring nobody into South Sudan. We are all South Sudanese people. So this idea of bringing people, I don't think this is a good idea. And it does not signify that Salva Kiir is a good person, because he may be even seeing the danger of dividing the people of South Sudan. Like some of us were quiet, even though things were going wrong. We say that we need to divide this country and we have to have our own country, even those things were wrong. So somebody like Reath Mouch, for example, people were saying that Dr. Reath, things are not going well, why you don't do this and all this. And Dr. Reath was saying people that, you know, look, we need, our objective is to get the country out from the North Sudan. After that, you know, and this, I believe, that was what happened, because after the country was independent, Dr. Reath said, okay, now I need to contest, because what we achieve, we achieve. Now, to say that is that Salva Kiir is not a great leader. And if I agree with the people of South Sudan today, because, you know, Empress, this scientist say it's called
Wrap it up.
I forget the name. He said okay, yeah. If he said that, you know, you cannot solve the problem with the same way you have created it. This is the nature of human being. I know for sure what brings us into this conflict is because Salva did not see the nature of South Sudan. He just see something very small, and this is the result of the Young Council of Elders. So, for example, today we say that somebody does not trust Salva Kiir. We are just giving conditions to Salva Kiir to improve himself, to show the people of South Sudan, now I have repented from what I have done. And he have to be seriously, not just speaking the words that are written on the paper. He need to implement it practically. And it started with the people who live with the UNIMID in South Sudan. Agel is saying that he need me to come back to Juba. There are people who still live in UNIMID right now. Salva Kiir cannot even go to them. And he's always calling them rebels. You start peace with those who live in the UNIMIS, and then I will follow later on. I'm already in the country, out of the country, and I run from the country because of the same reason that Salva Kiir were killing people, because he want to die in power. For example, he want to tribalize this country, in which he have succeeded to tribalize this country by using the Young Council of Elders to mess up the name of the Dinka even. So what we're saying...
We got to move on. We got to move on now. I give you more time. We got to move on. Let's go ahead and conclude that. I think, you know, you cover all the points. You responded to Agel Machar as well. I want to mention to our viewers as well, I cannot tolerate the insults, the bigotry language, you know, derogatory language. I've been saying this for quite a bit. This forum is for all of us. Please, you know, we can agree to disagree, but do not insult my speaker, my guests, viewers. It's not acceptable. Here is not who is going to win, or who is going to speak better, or he's not going to, you know, it's all issue pertaining our country. We all South Sudanese, we love our country. We have to speak in what's happening in our country. So we need that conversation keep going to come together. Please refrain yourself from those languages. Bigots is not acceptable. All right, I'll let you go. You know, Reath, thank you so much. Again, do you want to add anything, or are we done? Are we done right there? So I think, are you there again? Hello? Are you there? Yeah, it looks like we have some network problem there, but I believe so, Agel is there listening to us, still right there. So thank you so much, Agel, you know, for staying late night and for coming, you know, to concern Citizens of South Sudan and having your perspective regarding this issue. Reath, I thank you again, you know, from Washington, D.C. there. So, please,
okay.
Yeah. Do you want to add anything, or are we done here? So,
oh. You know, hello?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. It looked like it has some issues, I think, for some reason. I don't know. Oh, no, that's the wrong person. Actually, you know, and I think he was not hearing me very well. Oh, yeah, he called back. Let me do this. So hang on, so I can let Agel go at the moment. Agel, do you want to add anything, or are we done right there? You know.
But I would like to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You know, your question was one thing. Whether federalism is the root cause of the problem,
yes,
and whether it is a cause of continuation of violence in the country. And we have addressed that very clearly, that while we are going through the process of informing our people so that they make an informed decision about federalism, we are going to involve more powers, but while financial powers and political powers to the state and the local government, as written in the preamble of the agreement, while we're going through the process. Some of us are in a hurry and they want to do it in a foreign country. There are certain things you cannot do in a foreign country. Changing your constitution, you need your people. Election, you need your people. come back and we do this. That one is addressed. This is true that Reath is talking about the number of states. If President Salva does not agree with 21 states of the Soviet, it does not mean he disagrees with federalism. So the number of states have nothing to do with federalism. Okay? President Salva agreed with the Soviet that 10 states were not enough. So all he did was he asked the people, how many states do you want? And there were many proposals, and we chose 28. When we came in a scheme of Taban, we said 28 was not good enough. There were certain issues about where was down, which was done. And we took it from 28 to 32. These land issues, okay, these issues are there. Even in tennis, during the tennis state, the issue of Malakal, whether it belongs to Solo, or whether it belongs to Dinka, has always been there. If you're talking about the issues of the Dinka and the Nuer borders, or the Sholo Dinka or the Sholo Nuer, okay, in Upper Nile, these issues have always been there. And they have been addressed in agreement. The agreement provides the independent boundary provision that is not controlled by the government. These are experts who will come in and use historic documentation, use maps. They will go to Britain, they will go to other places, independent body that will then decide and say, no, Malakal does not belong to you, the Sholo, it belongs to Dinka. Or, for example, it does not belong to Dinka, it belongs to Sholo. But anybody who doesn't want it, there are processes you can follow. You can go to court, you can go to the international arbitration, you can go to the international court when you feel like your land has been taken, like what we did with the Iglis. We went to court and appealed. So this issues can be dealt with separately. Just because President Salva does not agree with the one state, does not mean he doesn't want to agree with it. Okay? So I don't want to defend, I don't speak for President Salva directly. I don't want to defend whether he's a good leader or not. But the truth is that he was elected by the people of South Sudan, and we are stuck with this. Okay? The only way we can replace Salva is by going back to the people of South Sudan and tell them, look, can you review the decision you made in 2010? Is this the person you want us to lead us or not? If the people of South Sudan said, no, he's not our leader. And by the way, people of South Sudan cannot be intimidated. We tried in 2010, but it did not work. We tried in Western Victoria, where we had the SPLM choice from Redunu Kumba. We wanted her to be the governor. And we tried to do all sort of things, but the people of Western Equatoria decided to say, no, we want Bagasoro, even if he's an independent. And Bagasoro came by big margin. So the people of South Sudan cannot be intimidated, whether they are farmers in Western Equatoria or cattle keepers like the Dinka and the Nuer. If they decide they want this, they want this. You know, like we supported the Duterte supporters. When the Duterte was in prison in South Africa, they refused. They said, no, we're not going to be part of this movement unless our leader is removed from the system. Was he not removed? So nobody should be afraid that the people of South Sudan will be intimidated to do something they don't want. The fact that they voted for a referendum was not because anybody intimidated them. It's because it was explained to them and they made a choice. So this federalism issue is an issue of God. So I don't want to talk about who is a better leader in Korea or the Central East. All I want to do is transition the country to a free and fair election, where the people will then decide. I myself will have one vote. Reath will have one vote. Is it for Salva? Is it for Reath Mouch? Is it for Thomas Grillo? Is it for X? Okay? We will then see. So my friend is telling me about the Constitution. The Constitution, I have it here with me as we speak now. The Constitution of South Sudan. You don't need to be an entity.
You need to read it to understand it.
Okay? Yeah, it is something that you read as a nationalist. So I want to thank everybody for listening. The people of South Sudan demand peace. We want peace now. President Salva, Reath Mouch, and those leaders that have signed the agreement have to be congratulated for their courage. Even if there is no trust between the people, they have had their courage to give us a second chance of working our issues out. Those who are still out, the government and IGAT are open, and we will be reaching out to them, and we will continue to negotiate until all the guns are signed in the country, so that the people of South Sudan are given a chance to recover and repair their social fabric.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to.
Are patriotic and they love their country, all of them. And federalism will be achieved through permanent constitution making process. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Agel, for being part of this. I know it's late there in Juba, Please go ahead and have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for being part of this.
I want to say one thing.
Listen, sir. I gave you the first one, and then I have to include with him. So let us be fair, right? That's how thing goes. I started with.
I think that is good. That is good for the viewer. I think that would be good. Just even though it's not directly to him, but I think that would be good for the viewer.
Well, go ahead, but it's
okay.
not fair, when you are debating issues. So in 1 minute, really quick, in 1 minute.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yeah, what I want to say is that we need peace. What we need is the change of mind and change in the heart and change in the style of leadership.
Correct.
Because if we don't have the change of mind, we have the same mentality, we have the same kind of leadership. Without change, we will still stuck somewhere. Number two, briefly, the creation of 28 states, for example, was the violation of the constitution of the South Sudan. People who are now being said that we need to go back to the people did not ask for 28 states. It was the initiation of the Salva-Kiir by himself without even including the parliament. So that was the violation of the right of the people and violation of the parliament procedure. Like the Council of State actually was trusted, were trusted for creating new state. But Salva-Kiir did not follow the Council of State, the National Legislative Assembly. So the creation of a state itself is a violation of the Constitution. And the people of South Sudan, whom you are saying today we need to go back to, did not even ask for the 28 states. And even in Malakal, for example, the land of Shuluk was taken directly, intentionally by Salva-Kiir, and it given to the Dinka people. Okay, so how will you solve a problem, Jongkor, that you have created yourself? As the president, you give the land of Shuluk to Dinka, you give the land of Parati to Dinka in Western Barghazal, and even in Upper Nile, the land. You don't know about that. I know about that. So how can Salva-Kiir solve this problem if he created them? So let us not. And Salva-Kiir also was not elected because it was election of the Sudan.
I give him the last word, but I give you more extra time. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Jongkor. I appreciate you for the time and sorry for coming late. I think that was a good debate, and let's continue. Let's go for peace, but let's have a change of heart and mind. Let us not mislead ourselves. Thank you very much to our viewer, and thank you to you.
Correct. Thank you so much, Reath, and please stick around there so you can be part of this.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Let me move ahead here and do this.
So you can lock me out, then I don't.
Yeah, I will go ahead and lock you out and look for my. So, like I said, one more time, Jama, we don't tolerate any insults. We agree to disagree. But I seen here people, Nas Mutalimin, they are very respectful, but they're still going down lower. This is not acceptable. Please keep in mind that we don't want to insult anyone, right? You can disagree with me, disagree with my view. That's not a problem. But we are not here who is going to win, who is going to lose. That's not my purpose. When I bring all these three gentlemen, even though we didn't have Emmanuel Ajawin because it's supposed to be online with Agel Machar as well, but for some technical problem, he was traveling, and we did not get him right because he was somewhere. He didn't check into his hotel. But anyway, I have these two gentlemen, and well done. It's good to have this conversation because without any conversation, we're not gonna go anywhere. Conversation always will lead, to agreement. People can understand each other. So let me go ahead and see who are those who requested, so I can bring them in, and we start our discussion as well. Let me go ahead and do this. Right, I do see that, Sabata, you send in a request, and I invite everybody to send in their request right now, and then we can, start this discussion. I'm calling you right now, Sabata. Go ahead and answer that. Hello, are you on the road?
I'm all right. I'm just loading.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and get your perspective. We have a lot of issues that we discussed together. We have a question that whether the peace agreement addresses the issue of federalism or not. Was the root cause, was it a federalism, or was it a power struggle, or was it the service delivery? So we are having a lot of confusion here, in and out. And actually, I want to address the issue that Reath raised when he said that about the Confederates that Thomas Cyril was asking. Actually, because he said he is not sure, because when people are asking about three regions, that will lead to that something, and that's why he came up with this. I believe so. So sorry for not answering that question. Quick for you, but go ahead. You know.
Okay, thank you very much, Jongkor. I'm going to be very quick on this, and I would like to appreciate that you have called me, and also appreciate your viewers. You see, I agree to a larger extent with the things that Reath Mouch has said. I only disagree with very few points. I totally disagree with Agel. Now, yes, let me point out your first question was whether federalism has been addressed in the revitalized RCs. My answer is this: federalism has been mentioned, but it has not been designed.
So
mention,
now, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, listen to me very careful.
Sure.
It has been mentioned in the preamble, but it is not designed to become functional. And let me explain this. While it has been mentioned in the preamble that it is a popular demand of the people that it's going to be implemented,
yes,
it is not going to be practical as far as implementing it, because when we understand what federalism is, we all know that it is to do with dissolution of the powers to the states. Okay, now, when you dissolve the powers to the states, what do the states do with these powers? The states use these powers to carry out with socio-economical development within their states. And that will then necessitate that they will have ministries to carry out or to execute those developments within their states. So when you talk of dissolution of powers to the states, you are pretty much also talking about establishment of ministries within those states. Those ones go hand in hand. Otherwise, if you maintain those ministries in the federal jurisdiction, then you are not really breaking down the powers to the states. And as such, this is not federalism. You begin to negate the concept of federalism. Now, once this is being done,
but Sabata,
listen very.
Sabata,
yes.
Before I let you go, he said,
you want to let me go already?
No. So sorry. Before I let you continue, I'm sorry. I apologize. So now I want to inject something here. Agel Machar actually said this government of transition nation unity is not going to do anything. It has nothing to do with federalism. So the federalism is after transitional government unity. So actually, by saying that, it was mentioned, but the intention was not to do it. Do you then want to negotiate the federalism to be on the national transition government, or you want the people of South Sudan to be involved based on what they said? Go ahead.
Okay, let me go directly to that. What Agel said, that people should now go and just go to settle on the status quo and then discuss what kind of federalism we need, is also not practical. Because listen, federalism is not coming in package where you go and gather and then you say we want that type of federalism or that type of federalism. No, federalism is a concept of governance where you build it around to suit you people, the nature of your setup, your culture, your political dispensation, including your number of states. And one of the things that I disagree with Reath is when he said it cannot be done in 3 states. No, it can be done even in 2. It's just dissolving power from central to the states. The states can be 2, 3, 4, legidam. It cannot be 1. Okay? So when Agel said that people will go and issue beta federalism will be negotiated later, it is not practical. I agree with Reath when Reath said no. This cannot be, because after all, you don't want to take issues with federalism to a referendum, to the mass, to the people, based on the education of the people and based on their understanding of what federalism is. Listen, we the South Sudanese are very limited.
But Sabata, we took the issue of referendum to the people, and they are the same people that we are saying they are not educated, and they voted overwhelmingly for independent. So what's going on?
Here is the thing. It is easier when you take the issue of federalism to them. It is easier. You are just asking them that, hey, we are either going to vote to separate or we are going to vote to remain. Simple. But when you are talking about federalism, there are so many technicalities. That's why I said you are building it up. It is a system that you're building up. You cannot take it to the in a referendum. That is why there are leaders. That is why the leaders that get to be sent to parliament should be educated, should be leaders whom the mass who are sending those leaders from their constituent know that those leaders would lead them and make good decisions for them. So when those leaders go, they will know exactly what to negotiate based on the people, based on the number of states, how to build that concept of federalism around the people. And again, I'm saying it is not practical even because imagine we have 32 states today. Okay, now in these 32 states, if we are going to dissolve powers to the states, in which then states will have to establish ministries, at least each state will have about 3 or 4 ministries to help execute some of the programs for which powers are dissolved to them. So imagine if each state average is going to have about 4 ministries and we have 32 states. Now, if you divide 32 by 4, how many ministries in South Sudan we are going to have? About 60 something, 68 ministries. If we are having 68 ministries, all those ministries are going to have workers. These workers are going to be paid. How much do we even get in revenue? It is not practical, and we are just talking about state ministries. Besides the fact that the federal is also going to have their own ministries because the federal are going to remain with certain powers. So we are going to create excessively very huge
from
government that we don't even have the money.
Let me say this, from financial perspective, you are making a lot of sense here. But my question is to you, Sabata. Did National Salvation Front presented this case, what you are talking about, on the peace negotiation, revitalization? That, about the ministry, did they present that?
Specifically about the ministry, they didn't. But what they have presented is, they said we are going to have a very huge state. We are going to have a very huge government that we do not have money to pay. And this is pretty much the same thing that I'm speaking right now. Okay. So it's all about making the government so big. Yes. And then the other thing that I would like to talk about, you brought the issue of National Salvation Front here. Something that I just want to disagree with Reath is when he said that National Salvation Front is calling for confederation, I don't know where that one came from. National Salvation Front did not call for confederation. Confederation is a little different from federalism. Confederation means even the states will have power of the army. They can even declare their own wars if they want. You see, it becomes very complicated. It will make states look like a complete government of their own. And National Salvation Front did not call for something like that. I want this to be on the record, and I want all those who are listening to know that National Salvation Front did not call for confederation. They called for a federalism. Okay? And the other thing that I think I will disagree with Reath is when he said Thomas Cirillo, that is the National Salvation Front, called for federalism.
Federalism.
Yes, on 3. Well, he said they called for the separation of powers based on 3 states. That's why he concluded that that is confederation, which is not accurate. It is Hakim Dario who called for federalism based on 3 states. Yes, and which is correct. You can still have federalism based on three states, okay, or 3 regions, whatever you want to call it. So it wasn't Thomas Cirillo. So again, the other thing that I would like to remind viewers is this, that the National Salvation Front said that, listen, there is no point that we should go inside during the transitional government on the status quo and then go and discuss which type of federalism we need. No, let us start exercising federalism right from the transitional period. And then as we transition to the permanent time, we are already at a verge of federalism, okay? And that makes a lot of sense. That actually reminds us on what, I don't know if you remember when when Garang had that back and forth negotiation with the Khartoum, when he was told that separation of religion and the secular and the state will be negotiated inside. Said, no. Let the transitional government start from there. Let us start exercising the separation of state and religion. And as we transition to the permanent constitution, we know that this is the government that we are basing ourselves in. And I think that is very important for trust reasons. And
so,
mentioned.
So you are telling me you are telling me actually National Salvation and PDM and others, they presented a case that we need federalism to be practical within the interim period. That's what you're telling me?
Yes. They want from the negotiation, right at the time people were negotiating, they wanted that the separation of the powers should be made very clear, and then as the transitional government of national unity is going to be implemented, it gets implemented on federalism, and then it continues like that as people are going towards a permanent constitution.
But
and
we all agree it's about, I'm sorry, my friend, we all agree that, and South Sudanese agree that since federalism is a public demand of the people of South Sudan, don't you see there is a reason for the people of South Sudan to be involved rather than politicians determine our destiny? Don't you see that?
Well, okay, the people will be involved through their elected representatives who are in the parliament. You see, it is when the parliamentarians come and sit down, okay, to just negotiate which issues should be dealt with by the states, which issues should be dealt with by the national government. This is already representatives of the people. You have already sent, if you're from Awil, you have already sent certain representatives to go and represent Awil in the parliament. So when they go and decide that in the parliament, that means they are representing you. Technically, it is the will of the people. Okay, but what Agel was saying, that when people go, I'm even trying to visualize this in my mind, that we go right now in Juba, and then on the status quo, based on the status quo, and then I'm trying to imagine at a certain point, parliamentarians will come and discuss what kind of federalism we are going to implement. It is going to be placed in documents in front of them, and then they will just go like, okay, let us go with that kind of a federalism. No. This is not practical. That is why I will also agree with Reath when he said it looks like Agel doesn't seem to understand even how federalism functions. This thing you go and discuss it based on, you look like, for example, people in Upper Nile and Bahar al-Ghazal, those people are nomads, right? So definitely you will know that you cannot take Ministry of Agriculture to them. You rather take Ministry of Forestry and Animals, something like that.
I disagree with that. They are not nomads. If you go to Awil, people are staying in one place. They don't move.
Well, they will also have a Ministry of Agriculture there, but I'm sure Ministry of Agriculture will qualify for fewer budget compared to Ministry of Forestry and Animals and all these kind of things, right? So basically, it is you see what these people are doing, what they are practicing, and then you distribute the ministries accordingly. So you build it up onto the people to fit them. You see, So generally, I really agree so much with so many things that Reath has said, and pretty much zero with what Agel has said. Yeah.
All right. Well, Sabata, I don't know if you realize that, was the federalism a root cause of our issue? Was it the root cause of the crash of 2013?
No, it was not.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me clarify this. It was not the root cause of the problem, but federalism is a solution to our dysfunctional government. It is not the root cause, but it is a solution to the dysfunctional government. How is it a solution? Once you start putting all the states with the powers to decide on their economic development, social development, and all that, you will tend to solve much of the problems could be generated if those powers are not decentralized the way we are proposing. Because once you start saying those states will have the mandate to develop themselves, you are basically saying also they are going to qualify for certain amount of money. So states are going to be busy programming their own development. They are always going to have their own money. So they are going to be busy throughout. Okay, but if you confine everything in the central, then most likely the likelihood of bringing this everybody concentrated in one unit, and their interests are different. Some of them would prefer education more, some of them would prefer development in agriculture, others would, you're pretty much opening a leeway to chaos. All right, but when we start talking about the root cause is just pretty much power struggle between hello?
Yeah.
Yes, it is power struggle when Dr. Reath Machar wanted to be chairman of the SPLM, and when Dr. Reath Machar wants to be chairman of the SPLM, and the president, who is Kir, wanted to maintain power of the SPLM, because when you're the chairman of the SPLM, you're closer to the presidential seat. That power struggle within them, and also lack of proper setup of institutions, especially the security institution, gave leeway to those people to use some tribal units or militia to start attacking themselves and fighting, and the whole thing just spilled over. Okay, but federalism is a solution to our dysfunctional government. It is not a root cause.
All right.
To the problem.
Let's leave it there. Thank you so much, Sabata, for coming on and airing your perspective. It was really good to have those gentlemen, on board, so we can debate this issue.
Yes.
I think this is a good way to do it. And I felt so bad because Emmanuel is traveling. He was unable, to connect. Supposed to be in a hotel in Paris, but I don't know what happened. It was in somewhere there in the cafeteria, but we lost it. So thank you. Please stick around. Let me go ahead and, invite others who are already, sending their requests. Thank you, Sabata.
Thank you.
Suzanne Jambo, actually, I'm interested to bring you in because I want to hear your perspective in this. This is very, very important. If you are not doing anything, please send me a request. Suzanne Sister Jambo, go ahead and send me. All right? And then I want to hear your perspective in these very, very important issues here. So, let's go ahead and get some music going here. Suzanne Jambo, if you hear me, send a request, please. I would really, really appreciate it. Calling you right now. Hello.
سلامات. كيف كويسين؟
كويسين الحمد لله.
ما في مشكلة. أنا معلش جيت بدون اسم شنو، لكن أنا داير أتكلم للناس بالواقع. أنا ما داير جني وجن حاجة ناس بيتكلموا بفلسفة وروح ناس في مشكلة. We cannot talk philosophically and theoretically when the people's lives are mattering. شفت كيف؟ بعدين underestimating people's intelligence. الشعب الجنوبي ذاته, when we underestimate their intelligence and what they know about their future, about their lives, is nothing but a disgusting thing for me. ما ممكن نقول عشان جنوبيين ما متعلمين، وانت تقدر تقول انه البرلمان to be elected. منو حيelect them؟ منو بيعرف معنى الالكشن ذاته عشان تولكت البرلمان؟ ما ده الجنوبيين ذاته يا اخي. انت ما ممكن تشتم تقول انا بدافع عن الجنوبيين وتشتم فوقهم في نفس الوقت. You cannot say I am for the interest of South Sudanese and at the same time you're abusing them. That is the one thing I don't like about elite people. أنا متعلم، أنا زول مثقف ومتعلم وهي حاجة، لكن I believe I cannot live on an island. أنا ما ممكن أعيش في جزيرة براي كسياسي ولا زول متعلم، لازم أعيش وسط الجنوبيين. I have to live among our people. So let us get this thing right. Federalism is a constitutional matter. يعني الفيدرالية هي موضوع دستوري. ما موضوع ما بيشيلوه في غابه ولا بيشيلوه في دياسبرا بيدسكاس في كونفرنس هوتيل في محلات في دياسبرا، بيشيلوه بيناقشوه وسط الجنوبين. والكلام ده بيحصل 200 الا ما لما نحن يكون عندنا سلام. We have to have, the sooner we get on with our peace يا جماعة. كل زول عنده أجندة في راسه، كل زول عنده أجندة دار فدرالية دار شنو، ما خدته في بالك على إنه أنت لا يمكن تعمل الكلام ده ما لم تصل للجنوبين. You have to reach out to جنوبين. You cannot reach out to a certain section of جنوبين and say يهود الفدرالية تطبقوا فيها ما محل. Where are you going to implement it? ما وسط الجنوبين ديل اللي قالوا ما متعلمين ما مثقفين ديل. These are the same people that and احنا we need to go back to and implement this issue. You cannot cook something somewhere else and come and say you want to implement it to جنوبين. Huh? How? Who is going to implement it? ما انت you have to have people who are going to watch God, to watch over this federalism of yours. If they don't know anything about it as you think they don't know anything about it, then انت حكمت عليهم ان هم لا يمكن to implement it. ما هو الامبلمنتيشن ده هيكون نفس ال 10 نفر ولا 20 نفر بتاعك اللي جماعتهم في some conference somewhere else. يا جماعة let us respect the people of South Sudan. Let us respect their lives. Let us respect their voice. Let us respect their decision. Let us respect their mind. جنوبين عندهم مخ يا اخي. ان احنا لما قرن مشى في غابة كان جنوبين متعلمين زمن داك زي حسن متعلمين حسا، ما في ناس كثير يتعلموا من الزمن داك، لكن وين قرن مشى في غابة عشان يتكلم عن تحرير السودان، لما الناس أيدوه، والناس لما أيدوه في القرى وفي المناطق كله، هل الناس ديل كانوا متعلمين ولا ما متعلمين؟ ما هو نفس الناس اللي قاعدين نتكلموا حسا عنهم. But they understood their right. والسبب اللي خلى دكتور جونكور يمشي في غابة شنو؟ عشان جلابة ما كان معترف بحقوق بتاع الجنوبين. كان في سبب دافع قوي جدا. ما كان ساكت يعني بس دول بس عشان اختلف مع كير ولا رياك ولا شنو قال انا امشي غابه. Let us be realistic يا جماعه. People are tired of war. People are fed up of war. Let's bring the situation back to the people. Everything back to the people. من المشاكل الدستوريه موجوده في البلد ومن حقوق الانسان الضمانات basic freedoms. ما هو عشان ان احنا نقدر نصل للبيس ده. I think to me the most important thing يا جنوبين, let us look at the peace agreement. Where can we play a role to make sure both Dr. Reath Machar and Salva Kiir must adhere to this peace agreement. They must implement this peace agreement. This is what we need to make sure. And one way to check it is, for example, political detainees. كل البوليتيكال ديتينيز must be released from prison. ده حاجه بوري انه في ضمانات بتاع حريات الانسان، وانه ما في زول ثاني بعد كده من هنا لقدام ماشي يتكلم عن السلام في الجنوب ولا ماشي عن الحريات ولا داري يعمل عمل سياسي زي مثلا عن الفيدرالية ما حيمسكوه. ده حيثبت لنا انه فعلا ما في اسم شنو سلام ماشي لقدام. لكن انت كل ما تبعد من القضيه وكل ما تتجدع حجار من بعيد, as long as you are far away from it and you're throwing stones from far away, you are not implementing peace. You are actually prolonging the suffering of the people of South Sudan. وانا داير اخد المسؤوليه دي في رقبتنا كلنا كيا جنوبيين. اي زول مؤخر في السلام بتاع الجنوبيين، مؤخر في المستقبل بتاع الجنوبيين، انت السبب بتاع المشكله. Let us get it right. المشكلة ما الجنوبيين، المشكلة أنت the one who does not want to move forward, who's stuck in his or her ways. Get off it. It's a big responsibility that we have in our hands to make sure our people's lives must be saved. We need to move forward, ya Jamaa. We need to believe that we are the ones going to make the destiny of South Sudan and make sure that let us walk the journey with our people. أمسك يد الناس بتاعنا الشعب بتاعنا خطوة خطوة. Let us go back to the field in South Sudan peacefully. Let us make demands and put pressure on all signatures, especially both two leaders, to make sure that peace must prevail in the country. لازم يكون في humanitarian access. ناس جعانين في Greater Upper Nile. ما هو انت ما ممكن تطقع وتتكلم لي فدراليه when people are really dying in numbers in Greater Upper Nile. Let us make sure that the issue of humanitarian access, يعني الحكومه ولا احزاب المعارضه الثانيه عندهم اسلحه ما يجي في السكه بتاع الاكل يصل للجنوبين في Greater Upper Nile. لازم اكل يوصل هناك، لازم الناس يبقوا. Let us demand the displaced persons and the refugees to return back, and the government must facilitate for that and give them homes. These are the practical issues يا جماعه اللي بيجيب السلام في البلد. Let us talk about basic freedoms in the country. حريات الاساسيه في البلد، حريه التعبير وحريه كل حاجه، عشان ده كله يا هو بورينا اذا في حرب ولا ما في البلد. وبعدك let us talk about the constitutional conference. الدرافت بتاع الدستور الدائم، the permanent constitution conference اللي هو نمشي للشعب تاني. We have to go to the people. We have to speak to them. يا الدستور انتوا دايرينه. ومن الحاجات اللي ممكن نتكلموا فيها في الحاجات دي برضو عدد الولايات. وعلى الفيدرالية، نوع الفيدرالية ونوع الحكم، كل حاجات دي في الدستور الدائم يا جماعة must be discussed with the people. الناس برتونوا لين برتانا بتاعهم ما في مشكلة، انتوا مالكم؟ ما it doesn't have to be in English. There are committees and committees that will be formed to help to talk to the people one by one, step by step عن المعنى بتاع الدستور شنو وأهميته شنو. كل الحاجات اللي قاعدين نتكلم منه صلاحيات الرئيس يقطعوها شنو، ده الشعب هاي الدولة وهناك. يلا عشان بعد كده بالدستور الدائم ان احنا نعمل انتخابات، ولما نعمل انتخابات ان احنا نكون نعمل توعية للشعب بتاعنا عشان ينتخبوا أعضاء برلمان يعني كفلة competent اسمه شنو أعضاء برلمان so they come and now discuss the issues of the country يا جماعة و to implement the issues of the country. نحن ما ممكن نتكلموا بالهواء. That's what I don't like. We're tired of resolutions from different conferences and different countries around the world. We want to put it in South Sudan. We want to put it with our people. That is all I'm asking. This is دي الحاجة أنا بحس بسخانة. شفت كيف يا brother جونكور؟ أنا بوجع لما زول بقعد يتكلم لي كلام كله ثيرس. أنا تعبانين من الثيرس يا جماعة. في حياة بتاع الناس قاعدين في الجنوب ده، الناس قاعدين ينتهوا. عشان تقول لي قال فيدراليزم والجنوب ما لاقي كوبايه مويه يشرب؟ فيدراليزم بتاع شنو؟ ولا تتكلم لا عن حتى الحريات الاساسيه والجنوب ما قادر يشرب مويه. Let us be realistic. And nobody can decide on behalf of anybody. Enough of that. Nobody can decide on behalf of anyone. أننا تعبانين. Let the people decide by themselves. خلي الجنوبين حتى الرئاسة ده شو كرسي رئاسة قاعدين يكلموا كل ما يوم نائب الأول منو والرئيس يكون منو. أننا تعبانين من 2015 كلهم قاعدين يمدوا في الحاجات للناس ده كلنا تعبانين. أنتوا كل ما تعملوا حاجاتكم بتاع طقاع الحاجات من الشوارع ده ومن برا الجنوب ده كلهم أنتوا قاعدين تدوا فرصة عشان الناس دي يواصلوا في الحكومة ذاته. Let us be realistic. Who is fooling who يا جماعة? Who is fooling who in this situation? That is my last word. And this is, Brother Jongkor, thank you for bringing me, because I couldn't believe it, the talk, how people are talking, if you have been able to pay your mortgage wherever you live and you live comfortably, quote and unquote, with your family, that's not the situation with us in جنوب يا أخي. نحن we're suffering بمناسبة ضيعنا حياتنا، ضيعنا مستقبلنا، ضيعنا كل حاجة عشان بلد يكون عندنا بلد نمشي بالبرايد بتاعنا بالديجنتي بتاعنا ووصلتها لنا. لكن it's not happening because of philosophizing and theorizing. Bring your talk to the ground. خليه يزرع في الواطة. Thank you very much. Sorry about that, but والله جي وجه يا جونكور، جي وجه والله. هنا في شنو الناس في شنو يا أخي؟
Thank
ما
you.
تحبوا بلد؟ معلش.
Yeah, it was good having you.
Thank you.
All right, that was Suzanne Jambo, the leader of STEPS, speaking to you. And our Nazar Bita, Waddaha alaikum. So let me go ahead and see who else requested. And as everybody's sending your request. This is the time for you to bring your perspective here. So go ahead and send in your requests and we'll bring you in. Let me go ahead and check the list. Alright, let me go ahead and give this lady another opportunity and then we'll move on. Send in your requests, everybody's sending the requests, and then we can hear your perspective as well. Starting now. I'm trying calling you, Miss Maror. Go ahead and answer. Go ahead and answer, please, so we can move on. Sorry, I messed up my music. Go ahead and answer. So you look like there is a network problem for you there, Apuk. Let me go ahead and see the next person here. I saw your request, Reath. I will bring you, but let me go ahead and bring these guys in as well. look like Apuk, we have problem with the network. Let me go ahead and get somebody else here. Yatab, I saw your request as well. Dorabun, I'm calling you right now. Go ahead and answer that. Dorabun.
Hello, Jongkor.
Hey, Dorabun.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
You had a very good. You have a very good debate today, and I just want to commend you on that. I just want to go in very quick and maybe add in my views. I just want to follow on with what Madam Susan Jumbo said. Actually, she's right. The people of South Sudan are not really ignorant. They know their rights. And people talk about people not being educated, and I actually want to disagree with that. Because anywhere in the world, even in the United States here, we always have a borders education during every election. It doesn't mean that the United States citizens are not educated, but it's just a procedure. Any citizen has to be informed. So actually, if we want federalism to be the system of government, I believe the parties can go out, they campaign on that platform like what the Kenyan did, and educate the citizen. And then the citizen can actually be able to vote on that premises, just like the Kenyan did with their constitution. And we also did it with the referendum, just like you said. So I actually disagree with people who say that the people of South Sudan are not educated and the federal system can be decided by the political elite for them. That one I fundamentally disagree with them. Because actually the question of how South Sudan can be governed is a good thing that has to be put in the front of South Sudanese so that they can make their own decision. Because this is a long-term thing, it actually will impact their life for a longer period of time and maybe for a generation to come. So I actually want to emphasize that it should be framed by the political elites, but they have to go out and campaign on it, mobilize people, let the people understand it, and give them opportunity to vote on what kind of system of government they want to be governed. That's on that point. And then let me also add on that right now, actually, we have the peace agreement. I also agree with those who say that the peace agreement was not a constitution-making process. It was to stop the conflict, provide like opening a political space so that people can actually embark on building the institution, which will actually be enshrined within the making of the constitution. So as long as the war is stopped, I think we will be able to have an opportunity as citizens to draft a permanent constitution that will be able to address some of these fundamental issues, like what kind of government system we want. There are other people too who want federal system, other people want confederation, other people want parliamentary system, other people want like a presidential system with a strong center. These are the issues that the citizens of South Sudan will be able to make their own informed choice when that thing is framed and put into front of them. The other thing that I want to add, like I studied political science, but I cannot have a monopoly to say that I actually know what a federal system is. It is when you take a very longer period of time to study an issue that you can actually command to have actually authority on it. I was listening to most of the people who were talking, and the definition of federal system seemed not to be very clear from what they were saying. In simple terms, and this is my simple understanding, a federal system, simply when you talk about federal system, what comes to your mind is the devolution of power and resources. That's the basis of it. Those are the two tenets of the federal system. Devolution of power in the sense that the state will be able to have their own powers, and the federal and the national government will have their own powers. And then you have to have a constitution that can actually anchor these two, that can actually be able to have a clear jurisdictions on what are the state powers and what are the central government powers. And that one, for the case of South Sudan, we can have actually a constitutional court, which is actually provided in the latest peace agreement that we did, that can be able to adjudicate on the issues of the relationship between the state and the central government. And then you have devolution of the resources, of which the state will have power to tax their own citizens. The state will be able to have a percentage of any revenues that will be derived from their own states. They will be able to have a system that can share them with the federal government, and then they will be able to have resources to rebuild their own states. And I will actually go very quick, but I just want to add another thing too on that one. For example, the Afghanistan, when actually the Taliban were overthrown and they have the new government, they came up with what was called the Lori Jericho. And the idea was Afghanistan is a tribalized country. So they said instead, we will have the tribal leaders form a Lori Jericho, which is like a council of tribes that will actually draft the constitution of the Afghanistan. And then they have the guidance from the expert from the United States, the United Kingdom, the NATO, and everybody else. We can also have the same thing in South Sudan. If we believe that we are a tribalized country and we cannot actually ignore that, then we can actually involve the people using even their tribal bases to come together and decide what kind of political system they want for their own citizens. And that system can actually address some of the issues that people in the village do not even have voice to say, And then to add on that, people talk of parliament. The current parliament we have is not actually elected in the sense because it was elected before independence of South Sudan. You cannot say those are actually a true representative of the people of South Sudan because some were brought in through the rigged election that we all know. The only way you can have a true representative of people of South Sudan is when the war stops, we have peace in the country. After the transitional period, we can have an election, and then you will have the people representative that can actually represent the constituency, because right now the parliament is bloated, and the people that are sitting there, some don't even have constituency that they are representing. They are representing their political interests. So I don't think if this parliament actually have a mandate to draft the constitution that can actually be a true representative of the people of South Sudan. Final note that I just want to add, the president has formed the national dialogue. And I don't know if South Sudanese knows, this is an opportunity. Recently, they came up with some of the ideas that president might not even like, If we can support this national dialogue, because national dialogue is a consultation between the citizens of South Sudan, and the ideas that will come up there will be able actually to help in shaping what kind of constitution or what kind of political system we want. So if we actually support that national dialogue and hold the president accountable to... Sorry, somebody call me, and hold the president actually into account to respect the outcome of national dialogue, then that might provide the opportunity that we can address some of these grievances that the citizens of South Sudan have, because the national dialogues are actually consulting with people from all walks of life, and their views can be put into constitution making and building a form of political system that we want for the citizens of South Sudan. And with that, I can yield the floor to your next speaker.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Coming, I believe I don't know.
Yes, I'm still in Cairo. Yeah, thank you.
All right. It was good. All right. It was good. Thank you. All right, Dorabun, it was good, having you on the show. So let me move ahead here and call others who are waiting to air their perspective as well. So let me go ahead and do this. So right. So send in your request, Jamaat. Send in your request. I saw your request as well, but let me go to Gak. I don't know. I don't know what is that name. Common disease. I don't know what is that. So let me go ahead. Jatap, I'm gonna call you at this moment. Let me go for Jatap. Jatap, I'm calling you. Hopefully, network will cooperate, Jatap. I'm calling you, Jatap. I think I played that song too much. Jatap, I'm calling you. Go ahead and answer that, please. It's still adding up, Jatap. I don't know, maybe network sometime. It might not be working fine. Alright, Jatap, looks like network is not cooperating. Let me try one more time. Okay, let me try you one more time, Apu. Let's see if it's gonna work at this moment.
Hey, how are you?
All right. Hey, good to see you, Apu.
Good to see you too.
All right, good to see you. Welcome to Concerned Citizen of South Sudan. What is your perspective?
Thank you. Well, first I'd like to thank you for inviting me, and also to say hello to our viewers and to thank them for joining us. I woke up quite earlier today just to get ready. Normally I don't show my face. To people that don't know me, my name is Paul.
Viewers want to see your face. Why not?
Right. My name is Apok, and I was listening to Brother Agel and the other gentleman. I think his name was Reath, if I'm not wrong. And they've debated quite well professionally, and I think that's what we need for people to express their opinions respectfully. Both of them sort of, when Brother Reath was speaking, there were certain things that I agreed with in terms of federalism. I think we all know what federalism is if you live in the West or if you've been exposed to some form of, education or so. Everyone wants federalism. I want federalism. What does federalism do? It obviously allows for a room for the locals to have powers and to also make decisions for their people rather than the central government concentrating power into their hands. Are we all happy with it? Yes, of course, that's what we all want. But what really confuses me, Ebiad, majority of the people that were fighting the government is, were you fighting because federalism was not in the country? Because we all knew federalism was not there, or were you fighting because of the power struggle? It becomes really confusing which one is which. And in order for us to actually move forward as a country, I think we need to put this federalism thing aside for now, come back so that we can talk about the ways to move forward and then implement it. I don't see how we can implement, these concepts of federalism while we're not even in the country. It doesn't make sense. So to all the opposition leaders that have still not joined this peace agreement, I would urge for you, if you really are for the people of South Sudan, come back, because we all want federalism. And we will fight for federalism because that is what all of us want. That is what the people of South Sudan want. So another thing that is very, very, very important that we need to put in our minds is that we are already tribes and we live in existence as tribe. And as I am talking to you right now in 2015, I went to Twitch Mayadit in the village of Twitch, and they don't even know that other people exist within South Sudan, you see? So when we try to talk about federalism in terms of tribes, it's not going to work. So I think when we come back and sit together, we need to come up with ways that we can draft it so that the people are not being used politically. We need to, when people talk about federalism, I see a lot of interest. I see a lot of political interest and I see a lot of tribal interest. And that is one thing that I have an issue with. Already, naturally, we are federal bodies. I mean, you have the tribes of Equatoria. Within Dinka, we're very diverse. You have Twitch Mayadit, which is so different from Rumbek people, which are different, to a Will people. We're very diverse and we know ourselves already. I'm a Twitch and nothing can ever take that away from me. That is just reality. But since we have a country to run, I think we need to stop using tribes, but to come in and to convince our people, to inform them that, look, we understand that you already pre-exist in your geographical locations, but in order for us to run a country, we need to ensure that there are certain things that will change, and when these things change, you don't have to be upset about it, because that is how a country is run. We've never had a government. So for opposition to come here and try to make themselves look good, to make it seem like these are the people that are fighting for the rightful causes of South Sudan, I think it's a bit misleading. They need to calm down a little bit, because our government is also struggling. We all know how we got this country. It has only been 11 years or so since we got it.
But
or even
at the
more.
same time,
yeah.
At the same time, there is issue of trust here, because
Yeah.
now, as Agel said, actually federalism is not going to be exercised until after the interim period. And those, they are still, having issues of trust. would you say just come home, or the government can do something to extend their hand to them?
Well, and that's why I was saying, Jongkor, we all want federalism, whether or not the government will not practice it. Now, eventually it will be practiced because that is what we want. But what I want to know is, how are we going to implement it? How are we going to do it in a way that we are not even creating more tribalism within the country? That's the question. How? Because right now, you know, this concept of people fighting for federalism in terms of 3 regions, I think is a little bit, you know, vague in a sense that it's not going to address the problems. And that's why I was saying, instead of us sitting back here, you know, crying about federalism, why don't we go back to the parliament, join the peace? We want peace. That's what we want right now. We want ceasefire. Go back, and then we will talk about these things, you know, at a constitutional level. So the people of South Sudan would have to be informed about it so that they know what is happening. We should not underestimate people in the villages. We can't just say they don't know, so we're going to ignore them and not consider what they have to say about it as well. So to our you know, oppositions that are out here saying that, you know, the people of South Sudan are not that informed, they don't know what federalism is, they don't know what this is, I think you should be a bit mindful about, you know, ignoring. Because if you want to be a leader, you have to be a leader for the people. You have to make choices, and people have to make choices. And I think Sister Suzanne Jambo has stated it quite well before. She said we need to give the power to the people. So let's not talk about federalism right now. Let's talk about peace, because that's the most important thing. Peace, 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 peace. What created the conflict in the country was not federalism. People started using this as a way of accommodating. I can even literally rebel right now, you know, and form my own groups and say, no, I want federalism, I'm fighting federalism. It's really pure shenanigans. I think we need peace. That is the most important thing. We need to draft a constitution where we will have, you know, a federal government together, all of us. We need, obviously, to be realistic. So let's not sit out here and talk about federalism when we're not in the country. So this applies to only just the politicians, obviously. So to normal people like me, I don't know what I would help to contribute, but to people like NAS, National Salvation Front, or whatever they call them, they need to go back to the country, and then we will talk about federalism, because I am for federalism as well. I support federalism. You support federalism. We all support federalism. So if they're out here convincing us, we're already convinced that that's what we want. So what else do you need? Go back to the country and bring peace to the people of South Sudan. That's all I could probably add.
Yeah, the problem of too, they said, what's guarantee if we go there, all these things are going to take place, you know, see.
Sorry, what was it? Sorry. Oh, someone is saying here that Apuk says it as though it's up to the people. This is not really true. SPLM is refusing to give power to the people. Well, what you need to understand, Sabata, is that it's not about what SPLM wants. It's about what the people of South Sudan want. I want federalism. So really, it's not up to them. So for you to sit out here and talk about federalism in terms of, and even Sabata contradicted himself so much before. He was talking about how the people of Barakazal, you know, they sort of don't farm. You know, they are whatever he considered them. That's a lie. I went to in Panmonjang, in the villages of Dinka, they do farm. They have crops, you know, they have sesame seeds. My sister, even, she has a garden of her own. So for you to think that the only thing we do as a people of Barakazal is to look after animals, that's a little bit, if that's the sort of federalism you're looking for, and then I don't know, it's quite vague. So you need to be very considerate when you're talking about the issues of South Sudan, because you come across as a very tribalist person. So don't come out here insulting people. Don't come out here making it seem as if federalism is to divide resources by giving the Equatorians, you know, equipment so that they can farm, and give people of Barakazal animals so that they can look after animals. Is that the federalism that you're fighting for as the National Salvation Front? I don't think that's the sort of federalism we want. We're talking about constitution. We're talking about governance. You know, we're talking about politics. We're talking about economics. So let's be careful about this notion of we are going to divide the country into tribes because certain tribes are better off, you know, living together. So that's really not true.
Let's leave it there, Book. Thank you for coming on and airing your perspective as well.
No.
Thank you for staying. you know, late. I know it's early morning in Australia. Thank you so much one more time. Please stick around and still watch the program. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that was the Pook. You know, adding her perspective as well. Let me go ahead here and see who next here online. I'll bring you in and we move on, Jamal. You know, so. Jatop, I'm gonna try one more time. But I don't know what happened. Why I didn't got a jump. Jatop, I'm calling you now. I hope it's gonna work this time. Because last week actually I missed you on the show. What? You declined, Jatop. I'm calling you again, Jatop. Oh, finally worked. I don't know, Yasabi, how's it, I'm trying, but it's not going through. So welcome, Jatop.
Yeah, Malaysia, brother Jongkor. I think the weather is not good here.
It's snowing somewhere there.
How you doing?
Bad snow.
Yeah.
Signal batak is on. You can turn it on. It's at least a side. We'll give to Abdul.
Yeah, it's okay. I just want to mention a few things. Maybe Jongkor, you and other brother, maybe you guys need to do one a week on that subject matter, because you can see there is a need for awareness. Yes. There is a need of educating our people so that the concept get in the mind of the people. And second thing, some of the things like what you are doing, I think people are listening. In far up to Barakazal, up to Equatorial, up to Upper Nile. We should not underestimate that our people are listening, and those who have the chance to listening also they are discussing in a social gathering about the idea. So is another way. Is another way of educating the people. So I think you guys need to continue to do that at least one a week so that the concept get to the mind of the people. So that's what I would say on that matter. And on other things, the argument made by many of our brothers early, I think some of them made some good points, in terms of the system of federalism, as we know in a just literature, in a small way of looking at it, it is a division of power from the central to the state, and then also in that division also there is a level of what the state can do and what the federal can do.
Correct.
So that is clear. And also in another way also is to avoid a central for interfering with the state. There are other power in the hand of the state that they can do, such as like tax. When it comes to taxation, the state decide their own tax, right? And federal decide their own tax the same way, But that's a part of it, that there is a need of federalism. But before we get into that, I think our people need to get awareness and educate it so that when the time comes, I disagree with some of our comment made by our people or some of our brothers and sisters that people of South Sudan are not ready for federalism. That's not true. We have to prepare our people. What you are doing, Jongkor and other brother, is an educational. In a way, this concept we are clicking to the mind of our people, so that by the time when it is time for federal to ask the participation of our people, what system they want, they know exactly the concept. So, but if we are not talking about it, if we are not bringing awareness to our people, how do they know that this system is good for them, So there is a need for our people to let them get educated. But again, as we remember, 2013 was the result of a bunch of power in the hand of the president. Otherwise, some of the things, if we had the system like federalism, Kir would have had time to actually to fire some of his affiliates, you know, like a vice president, secretary general, and other people, you know, even the Hakim from Walayatani. But under the federal system, Kir cannot do that. So federalism is another way, like Shabbat say, to reduce the power and influence of federal government and the power of the president, not to interfere things and a limitation of his power, you know. So this is important, you know, that we need to really talk about it so that people can understand exactly what it is of federalism, you know. The second thing, like my sister Jumbo Mayor asked a question earlier, Susan Jumbo, that who is bullying who? Really, in my opinion, who is bullying who is the SPLA elite, are the one bullying the people of South Sudan, to put in my opinion. Because when the war broke out in 2013, it was a quarrel over SPLA leader who would be the next chairman, who would be the next president, right? And then in 2013, it is the same SPLA. Now, in reality, who is bullying who? Is the SPLA bullying the people of South Sudan? And in the cause of power struggle, they inflict the suffering on the people of South Sudan, who have no say in whatever they're fighting over, the power, okay? So let us be realistic. Nobody is against the peace, Jongkor. You and me, we want to build a better, a stable, a peaceful South Sudan. So if we are not talking about the system for this generation and the next generation, then the path, you know, the pattern will continue that people are asking. But another thing I want to make very clear, Sister Abuk, made a comment. Jama Kir himself made a fear, you know, create a fear about federalism, especially among the Denka brother. Kir is thinking that federalism will bring another conqueror. And he made it very clear in 2014. Kir fear federalism, but ya jama ma fi zol bazlum zol tane, la fi zol bazlum Denka, la fi zol bazlum Equatoria, wala Nuer, wala Chuluk, wala Gebila. Nahana kullu, we have the stake together. Okay? Atu gabela tani del taftakiru ya Jongkor ayekbulu ashan ya'amulu ihana li Denka, ma fi zol baqbal kalam dida. So Kir is creating a fear of federalism from nowhere. Federalism actually will benefit all of us. But what I'm wanting to say is that there is need, Jongkor, for you, for other people, to educate our people. I disagree with those who say we should not talk about it now. I think it is time for it to talk about it so that we can create a full understanding, so that there is no phobia of federalism in the mind of people, like Kir is making, that in 2014, that he thinks that he fears that federalism will bring a another cycle. You know, that is not true. So let us, my suggestion to you, at least if it is possible, you guys one on every other day, make a topic on that so that you educate the people, you bring an awareness to the people, because by keeping it until the time comes, how do the people understand it if you have not educated them, if you have not brought an awareness? So what you are doing is very essential, is very crucial for understanding of our people, the type of federalism we are talking about. It is not a conqueror, it is not a disadvantage for anybody, but for a stake for all of us, you know. So I think we need to stop creating a fear, like Apuk was saying. Federalism does not, to me, if we do it correctly, according to what I said earlier, is the distribution of power between the state, so that our citizens have the right to voice their voice, to elect their representative, so that they can decide on their behalf. So that's my take on the subject, and I will not take it long, so that you can have other also to add the part. So let us stop fear. We want peace, but we want to do it right. We don't want to do it like we did 2016. People went there, they brought their children in Uganda, in Sudan, in Ethiopia, and again, people run again. Now in 2018, we want to push our people again. That is really bullying, Sister Susan. That is really bullying by the elite of the SPLA, subjecting our people in the suffering, you know. So we don't want to rush into that peace until we tackle the real issue so that our people can return in peaceful South Sudan.
Thank you so much, Jatab Otto. كنت معنا في concern Citizens of South Sudan. Please drive safe and stick around and watch, you know, our program here. Let me go ahead here and see who are next here. So, thank you so much, Jatab. Mayan Dendi, I'm calling you, Brother Man, the former spokesperson of Wani Iga. So I'm calling you right now. Hello, good to see you, Brother Mayandit.
Good to see you, Jongkor.
So
Thank you
it's
for
been
inviting me.
long debate, long day. So it's good too to have you, so we can have your perspective as well.
Yeah, it's a great debate, and I want to briefly say that South Sudan was already a federal state before 2013. We inherited the federal state from Khartoum, from the north. The 10 states of South Sudan were more federal than even the other 3 federal states in Africa. No, not in the 80s. Just before, at the time when the civil war broke out in 2013.
Okay.
We had 10 states, and those 10 states had 10 parliaments, and they had ministries, and the constitution gave them clear powers in terms of collection of taxes, in terms of deciding on the educational system, primary and secondary education systems that they want, and many other powers that are found in federal states worldwide. The only problem was implementation, not whether we were federal or not. We were a federal state. Most federal states do not put the name federal. It's about the level of devolution of powers to states. And the only, as I said, the only issue was that federalism was not implemented fully. The previous speaker talked about the fact that governors were removed by decree, elected governors. Out of the 10 governors of South Sudan, 8 were removed by presidential decrees. And the constitution talks of elections or impeachment by their own state parliaments. So only 2, Honorable Rizik Zakaria of Western Barakazali State and Honorable Louis Lobong of Eastern Equatoria State, who remained in their position. The rest, the other 8 were removed. So the issue is just respecting the devolved powers that the Constitution gives states. Federalism in general is not a popular system of government in sub-Saharan in Africa in general. Of the 54 states of Africa, we have only 3 states that are federal: Ethiopia, Nigeria, and South Africa. The rest are based on decentralized systems because decentralization allows you to devolve powers, yes, but reduce the size of government, of state governments. And by doing so, you free resources to developmental objectives. And federalism in general, you know, its main objective is unity in diversity. When the people of South Sudan requested for federalism within the context of Sudan, it was a different thing altogether. When people say that the people of South Sudan want federalism and it's a popular demand right now, it's a controversial statement to make because in the context of Sudan, yes, we wanted to secede. In the context of South Sudan, I'm not sure. So some people may dispute that, but in the context of South Sudan, we have not, the people have not seriously called for federalism. They have called for services. They have called for roads. They have called for schools. They have called for bridges, for hospitals. And if these things come through federal structures or local government structures, so it's not the issue of which system of governance that they want. It's services that they want. So federalism is not a silver bullet. It will not solve all the problems of South Sudan when adopted. So it's and unity in diversity by its nature. It's a phrase that looks one, but there are competing interests in the phrase unity in diversity. Do you want to entrench unity, or you want to entrench diversity? In federalism, the emphasis is on entrenching diversity.
Yes.
Regional diversity. At the stage of consolidation of power, of nation building, do we want to entrench diversity or unity? This is the debate that we should concentrate on. If you want to entrench diversity, how diverse are we in terms of regions? Normally, those in other African countries, federalism created separation. Ethiopia and Eritrea, South Sudan and Sudan, and it created civil wars, such as in Biafra, where 3 million Biafrans died in Nigeria. And so many other examples. That is why in sub-Saharan Africa, federalism leads to entrenchment of diversity. If we want nation building as an objective, then let us look at federalism and negotiate the powers of federalism. There is no single system called federalism. In terms of powers, the powers within federalism are always negotiated between the central government and those who request federalism. We may not get the same level of devolution of power that were already there in the 10 states. I don't think if we can get back to that and implement that to the letter and spirit of the Constitution, then there will be success. But if we want to go for ethnic federalism, like in Ethiopia, then it would be a recipe for calls for separation, for civil wars, so it's the Constitution already has a local government system, which is more federal than normal local governments. Kenya has gone for counties to control to devolve its powers. It didn't go for federal structures. And most African countries have decided to go for local governments, not federal structures. Just for
even France, the system that France has is a good system too.
Yeah. And federalism also requires a strong local government. You need, how many accountants do you need to manage the funds that are sent from the central government to federal institutions, to federal structures? It is just like localizing corruption or localizing control over economic resources when the people will not benefit. So we need to create the platform on which federalism is going to stand, or local government is going to stand. If we have a strong central government that can disperse funds and resources in terms of structures, in terms of schools and the rest, then the people will not call for federalism. So my take is that federalism was already there. That is my summary, and it was not implemented fully. And that created tension. When the current vice president, for example, His Excellency Taban Dengai was the governor of Unity State, and he was removed by a decree. He protested. He even traveled and away from the country and was going to, and there was serious tension in Unity State. Even General Taban, when he was saying I was elected and nobody should remove me. And that applied to the other 8 governors who were removed. So I think federalism is not a silver bullet, and it's not so much demanded by the people on the ground in the context of South Sudan. It was demanded in a different context.
Thank you. Well, Mayan Dengdi, thank you for coming on and adding your contribution as well. It was good having you at the program, and please keep coming back because we wanted to continue, having this conversation. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful day there. And
thank you, Jongkor.
Yeah,
thank you.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the great work you're doing.
All right. Atilio Abu Yasmin. Actually, you did not send in a request. Please send in a request so I can go ahead and bring you in to hear your perspective as well. We've been missing you for quite a bit. So go ahead and send me a request and I'll bring you in. Atilio Abu Yasmin, please send me a request. Or just type something, at least I can see it. Look like the camera is off, but send me a request and then I'll be able to see it. Atilio, send me a request. Try it. Here we go. Hey, how are you?
Good. What's up, man?
Good, man. Echo there. I'm gonna keep quiet.
Oh, yeah, you got an echo there, yeah. So, well, I'm going to be very brief because actually what I supposed to say has been said by some few folks, including the last speaker, Mayens, and Sister Suzanne's and books, and your guest, Agel Machar, and Brother Reath, and Savata Ramba very much. I think the topic is very good, and I like the suggestion that was suggested by Brother Jotab that you need to engage in debating this issue of federalisms to educate our peoples, A few things that I just want to touch about the federalisms. I think Brother Mayan did articulated very well. Instead for us to travel far as United States to go and copy and paste in South Sudan, why not go in our backyard here in Uganda or Nigeria to copy their ideals, federal system, This is actually, Nigerian's federal system is actually can be used as an example if you want to test federal systems of governance in Africa, if it is working or it's not working, And go back to your speaker from United States, Brother Reath. Actually, and good things. Thanks, Sister Jambo, Suzanne, for flagging that is an insult actually to deny the right of vote or consultation to the people of South Sudan because they are uneducated. That's wrong and it's misleading. I witnessed that Brother Reath said that and Sabata Ramba. But I like point that Sabata was saying is answering a lot of confusion that's happening. Are you there?
Yeah, I closed the window.
Oh, okay. So, Brother Sabata, I said a very good point that federalism was actually called by the NAS as a solutions, not a root cause. That's the clear answer to your questions. If this federalism system, the call for a federalism, is it a root cause for the conflict in South Sudan or no? And he said that from NAS perspective, it seems as a solution to the deteriorating political situation in South Sudan. You see, that's a clear answer for the folks that sees that we can go and copy American federal systems to come and copy it in South Sudan. And he added as well that the federal system, you had to make it adapt and adjust to your situations. And exactly the way Brother Mayan put it, and he's very good, that federals is a unity in diversity. That's why sometimes we can refer to the federalisms as the tools of unity in diversity. In other words, federalism is a direct recognition of differences. القيانة والتعددية في الدولة الواحد. شايف كيف؟ But in conclusion, is not a popular demand. And what is more important right now, as Sister Jambo said, is the peace agreement. We need to uphold this peace agreement. People of South Sudan need to own it. If there is something need to be done with this peace, let's push for it, make it inclusive. That's what we've been saying. Let Thomas Shirello, Paul Malone, and everybody who's left out to be part of it, in order to create an atmosphere that can facilitate the federalism that we are calling for. What does that facilitation mean? Is a democratic process. In other words, the referendum. There is no way you can go and let few folks in Addis Ababa decide the future of the country or the governance system of the country in the hotel and then bring it in the table, or expect that Thomas Shirello will come with the briefcase having the federal systems, or General Paul Malone or President Salva Kiir will come, will wake up tomorrow morning and with the presidential decree, South Sudan is a republic, is a federal republic. That's not happening. We don't need to confuse ourselves. We're claiming to be fighting for democratization of our institutions. And we are the same people coming and saying that we need a shortcut because our people are not educated, so they don't need to be consulted. That's an insult. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to take much of your time, because most of my point actually has been said. The show was very fantastic, was good. It's very educational for the folks who doesn't know the meaning of the federalisms and federations and confederations. Now people are getting it. It's good. Let's keep doing this. And you're doing a good job. And I like the fact that when Sister Jambo was talking this, you were silent, you always sleeping, you know. And this is good, actually. We need folks like those to come and give in their perspective. Good job, and keep it up, brothers. And I'm back. I was having some family issue. You know, I lost my auntie in Australia. That's why I was off for a little bit. But now I'm back. It's a good job. Keep it up, unless you have a question for me.
No, I don't. That's me. I have issue with it. But yeah, everybody for joining us. Let's keep the conversation.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you. So, let me go ahead and see who else has requested, so I can bring you to finish your thought. Simon Young, or Simon Ngin. I couldn't say your name right. I apologize. So, Simon,
Jongkor.
I didn't say your name right.
My name is Simon Nina. Yeah.
Oh, Simon Nina. Okay, good to see you, brother. Welcome to Concerned Citizens of South Sudan. You are welcome to add your perspective as well.
Yeah, I really admire what الكلام قبل شوية ده. I admire what he was saying, because بتعرف المشكلة بتاعنا كجنوبين بصراحة كده. يعني يمكن this is my second time or third time أنا جيت في show بتاعك. So what I'm trying to say is this. We have to be honest and we have to be thankful for what's going on in our country. إذا كان أنا ما بنقول حقيقة في الموضوع اللي حاصل بلادنا. Even ما بزول كانوا بيقولون حقيقة. عشان كده Uganda is using us, Sudan is using us, and Kenya is using us, and Ethiopia is using us. Because ما في غيادة كده ثابت في المجتمع بتاع جنوب السودان.
نعم.
لو كان عندنا غيادة ثابت في المجتمع بتاع جنوب السودان كمان بزول بيعملوا لنا جوز. وكمان نحن نمثل المرار إننا شاكلنا. أنا بتفق مع زول في مرار نحن جنوب الناس ده وقت نحن قاعدين في وده نحن عايزين مسألة بتاعت federalism. عايزوا نمشي في الولاية بتاعه. وعايزوا يشوف الولاية بتاعه. وعايزوا يشتغل في ولايته. وعايزوا يعمل في الولاية بتاعه. ونحن نكون كشعب واحد. ما في حاجه كبيره اصلا. يعني نحن عشان نكون قاعدين في جوبا ده، جوبا ده بنعمل نستفيد من جوبا ده عاصمه. الشغل ده كله يودوا في جوبا زي ما كان حاصل في خرطوم. ما خرطوم زي ما عندك ناس كله قاعدين في خرطوم. اوكي؟ ما في شغل في الولايات. There's no work in the states. So نحن هسه we don't need to be like Khartoum يعني. اوكي؟ انا المشكله بتاعي بتفق مع زول انه مشكله تاع الولايه ده مهم مناسبه. مشكله تاع الولايه ده ومشكله تاع الفيدراليزم ده مهم مناسبه. نحن كده نرجع مشاكل الولايه بتاع الفيدراليزم عايز يرجع في الولايه بتاعه. نمره اثنين نحن دايرين يانج جنريشن بصراحه. نحن we are sick and tired of حاجات الناس قاعدين يعملوا مناسبه. اننا شباب جايين وانتم ما قاعدين تنظروا الشباب ده قاعدين يعملوا شنو؟ اننا الشباب بس شغالين شغل جامد. اوكي؟
نعم.
هم دايرين يحلوا المشكله بتاع جنوب السودان لكن you guys are not giving them chance. لان انتوا بتصفقوا في مساله بتاع انه سلفا مريق اتفقوا خلاص ناس بيصفقوا يدينهم كك الناس ماشيين جوبا وبكره بمشي يقتلوا الناس في جوبا برجعوا برا. شفت؟ نحن عايزين يا اخوانا الجنوب ده يكون دوله زي دوله مناسبه. نحن we are sick and tired of killing our brothers and our sisters. We sick and tired calling ourselves انه ده دنكا وده نوير وده شلوك وده كده. ده كلام فارغ مناسبه. ليه نحن دوله يعني سكان بتاعنا بسيط. نحن دولة إننا مواد كتير جدا ممكن نستخدمها في بلدنا. إننا بترول إننا حاجات كلها ممكن نستخدمها في بلدنا. ليه ما نستخدمها بأسلوب كويس؟ لأننا ما نقول كشعب واحد كجنوب السودان. نحن هي القضية بتاعت المشكلة بتاعتنا. وأنا أكد لك إنه المشكلة بتاعت جنوب أنا بس راكن أنا بقول لك أنا من الرسول. أوكي؟ السلام اللي عملوه ده أنا بدي السلام. في ناس بيقول قال ما ليه تفدي السلام أنا بدي السلام. وأنا بقول لك بالواضح يعني أنا ليه بدي السلام. لأن السلام اللي بيعملوه ده سلام ناس عايزين يمشي جوبا عايز يكون نائب رئيس. لكن هل the root cause of problems حلوه؟ لا. انا شركاء دول لو مشينا عليه سلامنا امال انا بمشي وين؟ انا بمشي جوبا.
And what
are
the root cause in your opinion, Simon?
Okay, the root cause of the problems we have to solve the problem with our tribes. لأن مشاكل بتاع tribes لو نحن ما حلينا ما صرنا ما بنمشي قدام. لأن سشيلك ما دينك بدان ده مشكلة. أنت تخلي مشكلة بتاع شيلك ما دينك بدان أنت ماشي جوبا طوالي. هذا ما بيحصل أصلا.
So you believe crisis بتاع 2013 ده كان مشكلة بتاع tribe أو كان مشكلة بتاع land أو كان جاب الحرب؟
اوكي المشكله اللي حصل في جوبا الزمن ده مشكله بتاعت اس بي ال براو. عايز اعرف كان ده مشكله بتاعت اس بي ال براو. كان ما عنده علاقه بقبائل. كويس؟ لانهم يعني زي ما العرب بيقول قال الزيد كان في بيتهم وزيد محرك وهم مشاكل براو.
يس السبب اللي خلانا نسال عشان انت قلت root cause ما عمل له address. لان I know they have issue in political leadership.
Yes.
Because there was no transparency ما في fairness وحاجه بشكل كده. ادى الى اندلاع الحرب. لكن the issue بتاع land ده I don't know is it root cause of the problem ولا ده حاجه تطور في مع بعض.
اوكي المشكله بتاعت الاراضي جاء بعد ما هم حصلوا مشاكل ودخلوا مشاكل قبليه. هم بداوا مشكله بتاعهم ودخلوا مشكله قبليه والمشكله القبليه مشي حصل انه شالوا اراضي بتاع الناس ثانيين. بمشاكلهم براهم. يعني هسه انا فور اكزامبل انا اقول لك انا اسف في الملكان. اوكي انا ما عندي مشكله مع دينك بدان. ده اللي اتربوا معنا، ده اللي اخواننا، ده اللي اخواتنا بنرقص معاهم بياكلوا معاهم كان ما عندنا مشكله خالص. اوكي هسه عندنا مشكله كبيره. هسه دينكاو بتاع بدان بقول لك انا ملكان لما بتاعك بيكوز انه سلفا كير دينكاوي. يعني هو بنظر بمنظر البليد ده انه دينكاو ده لكن سلفا كير ده من وين؟ سلفا كير ما بمشي بكره لكن من اخوك انا يا اخويا بكره معك بكره.
نعم.
اوكي نحن لازم نحل مشاكل دي اصلا. نحن لازم نجيب لان جنوب السودان ما قبيله ما دولة قبيله واحد دولة قبائل. اوكي القبائل اللي ما جبناه في مكان واحد نحل مشاكل تاع القبائل ده مشينا نجيبها بكره هيفجر نفس الانفجار تاع 2013. نحن ما عملنا اي حاجه. اوكي حتى لو انا بقيت زول كويس مع الحكومه وانا متفق مع سلام وبكره الناس ماشي جوبا واراضي تاع شلوك فور اكزامبل اراضي لسه في يد تاع دينكا ده. يعني فور اكزامبل I'm not saying it but I'm just telling because what happened according I have to name it according to what الماشي فيه انه اراضي ليش شالوا دينكا. كويس انا بمشي وين؟ انا لو مشيت ملكات بكره عشان امشي اقول لاخوي فدان ده يعطينا اراضي؟ لا انا بقبل طبعا ده ملكات ده اراضي بتاعي مناسبه. انا هاف تو فايت فور ات. سو هيحصل مشكله وانا حارب. سو مشكله جنوب السودان ما تحل. نحن بدنا نحل مشكله جنوب السودان من جذور اصلا. الجذور المشكله انه ما مساله بتاعت سلطه ما مساله بتاعت دينكا ونوير وشلوك وكده. مساله بتاعت السلطه البدي مكان بتاع زول ثاني لزول ثاني. نحن ما دارين. نحن دارين انه اي زول يقعد في مكانه. اراضي بتاعت جنوب السودان لكن نحن نقبل انه اويل ده بتاعكم انتم.
نحن
لازم نقبل كده.
نحن نتفق انه مساله بتاعت كرايسيس في جنوب السودان has something with justice, liberty, prosperity.
Thank you. ده أهم شيء مناسبة ده الحاجة اللي متفق معك. إذا كان اتفقنا كلنا الجنوب المسألة اللي هتقوله ده, it would be no problem in South Sudan, because the only thing we're looking for right now is justice, and liberty, equality, and prosperity. Liberty and prosperity. And we need to make sure that we are all Sudanese. I have to call you my brother, man. You're not my enemy. That's the same hope that we was fighting Jalaba. That's the same thing we have to use in our country right now. We're all brothers. We're not enemies. Okay. لكن لما حكومة بقول لي يا أخي جونكور ده enemy بتاعك عشان دنكاوي, man, we have to look at that perspective. You know, there's something wrong, Nasaba.
That's right.
And that's my point. And thank you for your show. You know, we have to tell people, you know, the problems. أتلو مشان نجيبها ليلة لو ما حلينا مشاكل القبائل. لأن أهم شيء مشاكل القبائل. مشاكل القبائل لازم يحلوه. لو حليناه نحن بنمشي بسلام. لو ما حليناه ما هي قبيلة ممكن نمشي جيبها يأخذ له سلاح ولا نمشي خرطوم يأخذ له سلاح ويحارب.
No. Yeah.
أنا ما عملنا أي حاجة.
You're right, brother Simon. We have to have a conversation. لأن ما في مشكلة بحل without لو الناس شوف لما نزول يدي قلبه بس hate. أنا بكره ناس زين ولا أنا بكره فلان أنا بكره جونكور and I don't want to deal with him. You're not gonna have any solution. لأنه في النهاية there is a reason ربنا خلق جونكور وإنت وخطاكم مكان داك. All right. We need to give ourselves, you know, a chance. Give your mind a chance. عشان تعمل سلام بينك وبين الثاني. We don't want to inherit animosity. وده كلام اللي أنا شايفه. People in, you know, I've seen a lot of people they inherit animosity, you know, في قلوبهم. يعني مثلا لو أبوي كان بيكره الناس أنا بكرههم. لو أبوتي كان بيكرههم أنا بكرههم. لكن لا, give yourself, a young generation, give yourself a chance to negotiate or to have a conversation with the others. We are in different, you know, different environment. I think moving that direction thing will be fine. So أنا بشكر كل شكر Simon and thank you for coming on today.
قبل ما تمشي جونكور, قبل ما نمشي أنا أقول لك حاجة واحد.
نعم.
أنت جونكور ده أنت من بارغازال من أول.
I am.
Okay.
Yes.
لكن إيالك ده من وين؟ إيالك ده من وين؟ هم من شلوك.
Of course.
عندك إيال ما شلوك مناسبة.
I do.
Okay. So I'm your enemy.
You are not, of course. And لو كان
ولا أنت my enemy.
لو كان شلوك my enemy, I would have go to Shuluk and marry from them. I wouldn't, because I know every corner of South Sudan.
Exactly.
They are my people, you know. So.
Because we're one people and one nation.
That's correct.
And this spirit, we have to keep that spirit that we are one nation and one. But we have to tell our politicians that, you know, our problem is not a leadership. Our problem is we have to solve the problems and bring those people together. People of the Southern Sudan, let them bring them together and let them be one. And then we can rule the country. But if we don't, we're not going to rule the country. And the country will never go nowhere.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, Brother Simon, for coming on and adding your perspective as well. Let me move here and see who are those in the comments. So, send in your request, Jamal, and then I'll bring you on. Here we go. I am calling you, Dr. Hakim Dario. I'm calling you right now. Go ahead and answer that. I saw your request as well. Hello. Good to see you.
Hey, my friend.
I'm doing good.
So I just came late, and
I know we have.
I came late and saw your show.
And we have a debate, so it's good to have you, so you can add your perspective as well, since you requested.
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly touch on a few comments made by a few speakers that I listened to. One of them is Mayan, and there was another guy who made comments about unity in diversity and tried to put an argument saying that the people of South Sudan did not call for a federal system. I just wanted to remind everybody that, for instance, back in 2011, there was the Equatoria Conference in Juba calling for a federal system of government. And in 2012 as well, there was another conference which called for federalism, and so on and so forth. Unless we are saying that the people of Equatoria are not the right people to call for a federal system, I think it's good to be very considerate.
We don't have super citizen, and we don't have superior citizen.
Yeah.
We are all South
Yes,
Sudanese.
exactly.
So whether Equatorial
Yes,
for it
exactly.
or Barakazal is still, South Sudanese. Go ahead.
Yes, exactly. So that's the point I wanted to stress. And then the other thing is about peace. Nobody is against peace in our country. What's important is that what this peace lacks is that it's a peace for the elites to come and rule. It's not a peace for the people. So what we are saying is that this peace needs to be opened up and made to be people-centric. It has to be people-owned.
Good point.
Yeah. So, and when we were suggesting that, for instance, there needs to be 3 regions or 3 states, or there has to be regional conventions to get the involvement of the people, the buy-in of our people, so that they can own this peace. Since there is ceasefire, and we hope that no one is going to return to war, then what is stopping the peace from being made to be owned by the people? So the people that Apuk or whoever talked about it, that they know about federalism and what have you, why don't you give them a chance to own this peace and to direct it the way they want, not be directed by the elites? That's a fundamental question. So even those who are saying peace now, they put a blind trust in Salva Kiir and the elites. Susan Jambo herself was part of the system. She tried to reform it. She failed. She didn't do anything. By the way, I have nothing against Susan. I was one of the first people to endorse Susan Jambo when she was first appointed as the Secretary for Regional Regional Affairs in South Sudan. When she was appointed by Pagana Moom, I encouraged her and I supported her that this is good because women must have a voice. So I think she should not remember that. She should not forget that. What's important is that we want the people to own the peace process, not the elites to own the peace process. That's one. And then another point that I wanted to just bring about is what are the root causes? One thing is this, that yes, the war in 2013 started between SPLM leaders who fought or who struggled for power among themselves. But then it escalated and it engulfed the whole country. So it's no longer an issue of SPLM elites alone or those who were engaged in the fighting. The fighting has engulfed the whole country. Upper Nile is in tatters, Western Bahr al-Ghazali is in tatters, Equatoria is in tatters, atrocities are being committed, and so on and so forth, right? So it's no longer the business of SPLM, and it's no longer, they cannot be trusted to come with a solution. So nobody should be saying that, look, let's park the issue of federalism and let the government decide whenever that is going to be. No, this is no government. This is an illegitimate government. What is happening is that they create war in order to stay in power. They create peace agreements in order to stay in power and to exclude the people. That has to change. You, Jongkor, and all other South Sudanese should own this peace process. Should own the peace process. Should not be SPLM driven. But because they think that because they are in power, they are entitled. They have developed a sense of entitlement all over, and that's why we are in problems today. There a sense of entitlement because they liberated us, and so a sense of entitlement because they fought the war, and so on and so forth.
So, Dr. Hakim, if I may disrupt you here. So there is a question from Nibel Amum Okech. He said, what does federalism mean to you?
Yes.
What does
that's
it
very
mean?
Important. That's a very important question. Yeah. Federalism, there are many, many models of federalism, but at the end of the day, it's a devolution of power to states to allow people to govern themselves and to be accountable for, exercising and enjoying certain rights. There are competencies that the national government exercises, but there are also competencies that the state government can exercise, because you want to take government closer to the people, and the people themselves must be involved in the process of development, and the degree of participation in decision making, which is not interfered with by central authorities. I think I don't have to explain a lot about federalism. I think many commentators say that here, many people in South Sudan already know what federalism is. And I think what we need now to do is to give people that opportunity to go and have a say in owning this agreement. The elites should step aside since there is peace, and that this peace is not going to be interfered with. Nobody's going to run away again. Then put in place the process to get the people to own this peace process and to redefine it in terms of addressing the root causes. What are the root causes? The root causes are hegemony. The root causes are SPLM is concentrating powers in its hands. The root causes are that there is a corrupt system in government of South Sudan, and there is impunity, and there is killing ongoing of many people in different parts of South Sudan. Those are the root causes of the ongoing conflict, right? And there is also the issue of governance that we have not, agreed to define a social contract. Somebody was talking about the constitution, saying that we have this constitution, but the issue is that this constitution, that was the 2011 constitution, is not a permanent constitution.
Now, Dr. Hakim, I also have another question here. Since you talk of federalism is the devolution of the power to the state and local, this preamble on the peace agreement of revitalization actually talk about it here on the word cognizant, said that federal system of the government is a popular demand of the people of South Sudan, okay? And the need for the revitalized government of national unity to reflect this demand by way of devolution of more powers and resources to the local and the state government. So don't you think it has been addressed here, or do you?
It's not been addressed.
Do you want to negotiate it and just go to Juba by having that right away, or do you want people in South Sudan to be involved?
Yeah, I want the people of South Sudan to be involved, and there is nothing stopping the people of South Sudan from being involved right now. Why do you want to wait for 3 years in order to involve the people of South Sudan? Why entrust government in the hands of corrupt elites? What is stopping the people from exercising that and enjoying that right now?
I'm not going to answer you, but some people, they have already mentioned that because the National Legislative Assembly we have now, right now, majority of them, they were not elected. So we want people actually who are elected to come and introduce this legislation. And then people may even go for a referendum, because since it's a public demand, we want to involve. We want everybody to involve. What do you think?
Yes, and that's what we have been proposing. We're saying let's use the pre-transitional period to convene regional conventions, which are people-centric, so that the people actually get involved in the peace process and they make decisions so that they own the outcome of those decisions. Okay? And then they would elect and nominate their representatives, because the parliament is full of people who are appointed by Salva Kiir, and they are paid $40,000 US, to sing the song of Salva Kiir, right? So why do you want to entrust them with power? They are illegitimate. They don't have the authority of the people, you see? So that's why we are saying it's good for us to go and consult our people now. And what we are saying is that there is a process. This revitalized architecture can be revisited, opened up, and put provisions which actually mandate the involvement of the people.
That's good.
As long as there is peace, as long as there is peace, and cessation of hostilities is permanent, then even Salva Kiir and React should step aside and say, thank you, we have brought you peace. But now we give it to you the people. You are tired. Let's give a chance to the people now to have a say.
So now, thank you, Dr. Hakim, for elaborating, and explaining this issue here. Now I have another question. Since the Council of Ministers of IGAD, whatever, you know, the Council of Ministers, issue, which I call is like a threat that whoever, you know, not part of this peace agreement, it will be dealt with it, whatever, you know, they wanted to deal with it. Is there even a way, did they extend, did they extend their hand now to you know, to involve you, those who are still out of the equation, to become part of this process, or what's going on with that threat right now? Just go ahead.
Yeah, we're waiting for them. We're waiting for them to approach us. As you have seen, I've issued a statement before.
I did
saying that IGAD is actually a party to the conflict. You know, the IGAD Council of Ministers, the IGAD countries are signatories to the problem. They're actually part of the problem, like Salva Kiir, like React, and so on. So they're actually, because they're biased, they are not putting our people first. They are putting the elites first. So we're not sure that the outcome will be fair to the people, because as you can see, what they did was they told the position of the government of South Sudan, because Nial Deng Nial was there as a foreign minister and put proposals which originated from Juba, saying that we should be, you know, labeled as spoilers. But mind you, they started the war in 2016. They killed people. Many people suffered. Atrocities were committed. IGAD never sat down and met and said Salva Kiir is a peace spoiler. For us who are calling for the people to be represented in the peace process, to put the people first, they say no, these are peace spoilers, because they are looking for legitimacy. They now want to turn the game around, say we are legitimate because we are supporting the peace process and we want to implement the peace, and anyone who doesn't want should be labeled as a peace spoiler, because it threatens their own position. They are now in an advantageous position. So that's what they're just trying to play. So we want to make sure that now you, the people of South Sudan, you should demand and enjoy your rights. Say, no, thank you, Salva Kiir, you have brought us the peace. Thank you, React, you have brought us the peace. You have signed this agreement. We're going to revisit it because we are sovereign. We want to tweak it. We want to tweak it a little bit, you know, and make it people-centric. Put the people first.
Okay.
And it's possible. It's doable. It's actually possible and doable in this day and age. It's possible and it's doable. So don't give a chance to React and to Salva Kiir to dictate to you their governance over there. They're going to rig the election if you let them carry for the next 3 years.
So
just tell them, thank you, get out. Let's go back to the drawing table. There is peace, and I hope you all now, you know, commit to peace. Nobody should raise up arms again. No fighting. Let's go to the people. Let the people decide the future of South Sudan, so that we avoid this endless wars going on.
All right. Well, Dr. Hakim, it's always good to have you, and thank you for tuning in. Actually, to part of conversation, we want to keep this conversation going because it's so important. Please, we don't want to take anything personal. If someone come here, criticize and say anything, this is the way politics work. You know it much better than others. So thank you so much.
It's just, you know, there were so many comments which are less informed, you know, making blanket statements, but that normally requires time to sit down and respond to those issues. And I've seen some of the commentators suggesting that, for instance, unity in diversity, we should, you know, not talk about unity, and we should be consolidating unity and not talk about diversity, because if we want South Sudan to have unity, then we shouldn't be encouraging federalism, or because it brings division and so on. Who are you? The government, you know, it's the affairs of the people. Like the lady said, you know, the tribes, the communities existed long before Salva Kiir came.
Correct.
And we have a new country, and the people in that country are entitled to have a say in the affairs of their governance and their existence. And our core principles are this: that we need to promote human rights, fundamental human rights, freedom of expression, social, cultural, and economic rights to every citizen in South Sudan. Because that is what really will bring peace in South Sudan. Concentrate just on human rights, which SPLM has abused, which the elites have abused. Anyway, I don't want to take too much of your time, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to quickly recap on some of these issues.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much. And please, if you have a time, I know it's late in Germany there. if you want to stick around, it's still okay. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
All right, my dear brothers and sisters, let's move forward here and see who else requested. I know that there's so many, you know. Is coming, and then we give him an opportunity. Emmanuel, you didn't send any request. I'm gonna go ahead and call Dindra, and then send in your request in Dr. Francis. I didn't see any request, but meanwhile I'm calling Dindra. Suleiman Dindra.
سلام يا
أخي. الله دبيت شديد. شغل جد.
لا انت اشتغلت شغل جميل، ده شغل الليله ده انا مبسوط كيف سمعت حاجات كتير خلاص.
That's good.
لكن حاجات جميل.
Yes.
حاجات جميل يا. انا بشكرك على اللقاء اللي انت عملته ده. بالمناسبه ده ابداع، انا بسميه ابداع لانه كل ما زول يجيب حاجه جديد لابد الناس ينبسطوا فيه. انت عملت حاجه كويسه وانا بسلم الناس كل الموجودين. اول حاجه اتضح لي حاجه مهم جدا. انت عارف الكلام بتاع هنوبر الرئيس بيقول انه الجنوبيين ما بيعرفوا حاجات كثير. ده حقيقه بالمناسبه يا جونكور. يعني مع احترامي الكبير للدكتور حكيم داريو، هنا ما نتكلم عن دكتور رياك وما المفروض they should step down، هو لازم ذاته يستب مام داون. ما هو عنده دكتوراه وهو ذاته في سنهم وفي نفس افكارهم، لابد هو يستب داون عشان يدي فرصه للشباب. ما هو يستب داون حاجه ده بيبتدي من عنده برضه بمشي قدام، ما بالمش ما رياك وسلفا هو ذاته معهم. يعني لما نقول يستب داون عشان يدينا فرصه الشباب يمشي قدام، يستب داون ده لحد عنده هو، فده ما مشكلتي. يا جونكور، احنا لما في الهندسه علمونا حاجه مهمه، لابد ترتب الحاجات. انت داير تبني بيت، اول حاجه لما تعمل خريطه البيت، سيد البيت انت بتوري له شكل البيت بتاعه من قدام، شكل البيت بتاعه من طرف، شكل البيت بتاعه من فوق، بيسموه فرونت اليفيشن، سايد اليفيشن، بلان. لابد سيد البيت يعرف شكل البيت. احنا الجنوبيين ذاته قاعدين نتكلم عن الفيدراليه وما الفيدراليه، لكن هم ما بيعرفون شكل الفيدراليه. يعني انت قاعد تتكلم عن حاجه شكله ما موجود له ولا في راسه ما متصور. اول حاجه انا لو مهندس قال لي ابني جنوب السودان، انا اول حاجه بعمل سلام، والسلام ده ما ممكن يعمل نفسه الا بالجيش. يعني انت لما تتكلم عن السلام يا جونكور لابد تضمن انه الجيش ما بيشاكل. ده اول حاجه. سيب سياسيين وكلام الكثير، الناس اللي قاعدين يشاكلوا منه الجيش. انت بتنظم الجيش اول حاجه وتعمل جيش قومي وعشان تفهمه ويحمي الدستور. ده واحد انت خطيته بالطرف. ده اول خطوه انت تعمل عشان تضمن السلام. الخطوه الثانيه اللي بيتكلموا عنها الفيدراليه والحاجات ده بيعملوا ناس منه. يعني انت لما تيجي تعمل بيعملوا شنو؟ بيعملوا البرلمانيين. طيب احنا متفقين البرلمان الموجود ده ما بيقدر يجيب الفيدراليه، ولا الرئيس الموجود ما بيقدر يعمل القرار ده. يبقى احنا مجبورين ننتظر 3 سنة، ننتخب رئيس جديد، ننتخب برلمانيين جداد عشان يجي يعملوا لنا الكلام ده. يا جنكر، السياسيين الجنوبيين قاعدين يستعجلوا يجيبوا الحاجات يدخلوا كله في جو بعض. انت سلفاكير عمل التقسيم بتاع الولايات بقرار جمهوري. انت ما حتقدر تجبره عشان يطلع قرار جمهوري يغيره. انت اذا ده قرار بسيط جدا، محتاج انه يجي رئيس جديد يعمل نفس القرار، يرجع الولايات. كان 10 كان 20 كان 1، رئيس جديد بيجي بدستور جديد في يده بيعمل الكلام ده. يعني احنا محتاجين حسه في المرحله الحسه احنا محتاجين نعمل 2 حاجات. الدستور اللي قاعدين يكتبوا ذاته الدستور انتقالي. يعني الدستور الانتقالي ده ما حيحكمنا، بحكمنا 3 سنة بس، الفتره الانتقاليه. يبقى ان احنا تاسيس الدوله الفيدراليه ونقاش الفيدراليه والحاجات ده كله ما ممكن يعمل نفسه يا جونكور الا ما بعد الانتخابات. بعد انت ما تجيب رئيس جديد، برلمان جديد، عشان الحاجات دي يعملوا. لكن حاليا انت دار سلام، تحيد الجيش، تنظف الجيش. الجيش ده من خلال الجيش القبليه بينتهي. لو انت عملت الجيش قومي يا جونكور، كل زول شايف نفسه في جوا الجيش ده، كل زول شايف نفسه في جوا البوليس. القبليه كان ما ينتهى بقل. ده المرحله الاولى. المرحله الثانيه كلنا نجهز للانتخابات. ما في زول يقول لي قال الانتخابات ده ممكن يزوروه شنو. يا ما هو بكسوره في الدول بتاع ده فاس، لا ده كوره في الدول جوبا فاس. كلنا ممكن الناس يعملوا الحاجه ده. فنعمل انتخابات، يجي شاب، يجي منو، ويجي برلمان جديد. بعد كده ده المرحله الثانيه بتاع تاسيس الدستور، اللي هو تجي تاخذ دستور دائم لجنوب السودان، فوقه فيدراليه، فوقه تقسيم دوله. يعني الحاجه ده مرحله. لكن الناس بيجوا بيتكلموا عن حاجات كله بيلموا لك في زمن واحد دايرين يعملوا، يقول لك ان احنا ما بنوقف الحرب الا يخطوا فيدراليه. طيب لو كتبنا لك الفيدراليه في ورقه وخطينا في جول ده ما حيطبق لك سلفا ما حيطبقوا احنا حاربوا لهذه يوم القيامه. ما انت عندك فتره احنا شاكلنا مع الشمال 21 سنه يا جونكور، جينا بخطتين، يا نعمل سودان موحد يا نقسم دوله. صبرنا 6 سنه، صبرنا 6 سنه عشان نغير الشكل الاتفاقيه. عملنا جنوب السودان مش كده؟ يقبل احنا نعمل سلام، نصبر 3 سنه، نجي انتخابات انتخبوا. كان كلام حكيم داريوس بيقول امشوا للمواطنين، مش قال كده؟ قال ان هنا لا تقول السلفا يجي ولا الرياق يجي، امشوا للمواطنين. هيجيبوا الناس زي كيف؟ ما بانتخابات، ما بانتخابات. يبقى احنا محتاجين سلام وانتخابات. عشان انا اخلص لك الموضوع، احنا نرتب الحاجات هندسيا، نرتب الحاجات هندسيا. اول حاجه نضع الخريطه بتاعت البيت. نعم، البيت ده ذاته نضع له خريطه. جنوب السودان ده الدوله ده نضع له خريطه. الخريطه بتاعه بيأسسوه بالجيش والدستور. دي 2 حاجات. منه نطلع انتخابات، نجيب الرئيس الجديد، البرلمان الجديد حسب اللي احنا عايزينه. البرلمان الجديد والرئيس الجديد يضع الدستور اللي احنا عايزينه، يبدا التطبيق. ده كل الموضوع. في ناس بيقول لك زي ماما سوزان جامبو بيفتكر انه شعب جنوب السودان كان استاذ السودان جامبو استاذ السودان جامبو. هي بيفتكر لو قالوا الجنوبيين ما فاهمين حاجه دي اساءه لهم. لا هنربل سوزان، المساله ما كده. احنا في الابتدائيات درسونا حاجه مهم جدا. قالوا لنا في زول اسمه اشعب مشى للامير، قالوا له يا اشعب تاكل رز باللبن ولا رز بالزبادي ولا رز ما تعرف داك، يعني 3 حاجات جميل جدا. فاشعب قال يا جماعه جيبوا حاجه ده ندوقه شويه شويه عشان نعرف الحاجه الكويس ناكله. جنوبين ذاتهم محتاجين يفهموا الفيدراليه دي شنو او شكله شنو، عشان بعد كده الناس تمشي لقدام. يعني ده ما شتيمه لهم. انا هسه انا بنقاوي من بوسري. لو انت مشيت منطقتي هم بيفهموا حاجه واحده اللي هو شنو؟ انه يا اخي الدوله دي فوق هيمنه بس، ده المفهوم عندهم. طيب انت لو فهمت فيدراليه كانوا قلت له فيدراليه بيقول لك لا خلاص ما نعملوا بوسري ده، نعملوا بوسري ده نعملوا ده بتاعنا نينا برانا. شوف هيقول لك شنو؟ نعمل لنا بوسري ده ذاته يكون شنو؟ ولايه. بعد شويه احنا هنقسم كل قبيله عنده ولايه. فاحنا محتاجين نفهم الناس. شكرا لك جنكر.
شكرا.
خلي الجنوبيين السياسيين يا جماعه رتبوا الحاجات، رتبوا الحاجات. يعني ما تجيب الحاجه بتاع الدرجه 5 تجي تركبه هنا وتقول ده السبب انا ما ممكن نعمل سلام. انت هتجيب الفيدراليه في ظل الحرب؟ لا ما ممكن. يديك العافيه. شكرا جنكر.
Thank you so much, Mandendra, for your opportunity to to add your perspective as well. Let me go ahead and check my list and see who else. I know there's a lot more people there. Okay, Francis, Dr. Francis, I promise you. Let me go ahead and call you back here. I'm calling you right now, Dr. Francis. Hey, thank you for waiting, for being patient. It's good to have you as well on the program today. Fadal.
Yeah, thank you and good evening, everybody. So I think a lot of people talk about so many problems about the federalisms, but me actually, I do agree with Mayan, actually in where he has gone about the federalism and whatever. Yeah, Mayan Dendi. The problem that we have in South Sudan is that the 10 state was a federal system, but the federal system was not implemented. Why? It is because actually we have a document, a good document. When you go into the constitution is there. But the problem that we have is the implementation of whatever is in a paper into the reality. So the transformation of the federal system and implementation, which is having the problems. Okay. So why we have a problem of implementation? Because we have the leadership. We have the leadership that actually they don't have the capacity. We all know that the SPLM has failed. And this failure actually, it is not something that we can be able to solve it overnight. It needs a process. Because when you look into the SPLM, they came with a 32 state. And the 32 state, according to the constitution, was a violation of the constitution. So how do you solve this problem of violation of the constitutions? The constitution, you solve it if we had a judiciary, an independent judiciary. The independent judiciary could address these things actually, because they will tell the president that the degree that you have issued is against, is violating the constitution, and therefore the president should revoke its degree. But the problem, because we don't have this independent judiciary, and that's why you see this thing is not working. So we need an institution to be in place so that actually they can adjust whenever the executive body actually goes out of their mandate. They can be able to revert these things. But this is what we don't have. A lot of people, they think that by adopting the federalism, all the problem that we have will fade away. That is not true. We have the corruption. We inherited it from Sudan, and it's been there for a long time. We have a lot of problems that we inherited over the 21 years. So it needs a process for us to develop this thing, because even when you go to the state, even when you give this power, you will get also the elite. They are corrupt, and they will not do the development. So we need to address the problem well, because the problem that it have is a leadership. Even if you transfer all these power to the state, you are likely going to have the same problem where we have the corrupt people. They will eat the money. They will not do the development. They will not respect the constitution also within the state. So there is a writer in Kenya who wrote, "It is time for us to eat." And this is what exactly that is happening in South Sudan.
Actually, he talk about the Kikuyu and Kalenjin.
Yeah, actually. So
every time for Kalenjin, time for Kikuyu.
It is a time.
When the time comes, say time for Kikuyu to eat. So tribal-based mindset. Okay, go ahead.
So what these people, because actually the power was concentrated within the central government, they want it to be brought down to the state so that they can eat also. So because the federal state, they have eaten enough, and they are unable to get an access so that they can eat. So it is not a matter of service to the people. It is a matter of just getting these things so that we can eat freely. But this is not what we want in South Sudan. We need to fix the systems. And for us to fix the system, we need to dig deep into the cause of the problems. So the cause of the problem, we know that the SPLM, which is now in power, it has the capacity to deliver or to implement the constitution that we need. So how we can be able to remove this SPLM? Is it by war? By war, we cannot be able to do, because they have everything in their hand. They have the military, they have the power, they have the money and everything. So how we can approach this thing is through the peace process, because the peace process is a plan for us to go for elections. And therefore, we need to educate our people so that we can remove them. But some political party, they want to make a shortcut by saying that because actually these people, they have failed, and therefore let them go home. But they would not accept that, because actually they would never accept to be through negotiation so that they can step down. And that's why, like those of Dr. Hakim, they are calling for the Reath Machar and whatever to step down. They will not step. So you need to have a fair deal. Are you afraid of elections? You have to tell us completely, because actually we need these people to go for election, and we defeat them in front of the people of South Sudan. So actually tomorrow they don't go and say, actually we were not given the chance for us to lead. So nobody could go back again to the bush and take the arm like the way that you did. So we need to respect the will of the people. And if you believe in the people, you have to come in, because a lot of things that you are talking about right now will not be implemented. You will not defeat the government, but instead you are increasing the suffering of the people, because these people actually, they are in the neighboring country, or either they are in the internal displaced camp, and they are suffering a lot. So when you continue waging the war, actually that will not solve. So if you want to defeat the government, let us come and work together. All the opposition, they are willing to go for election, and we secure the elections, because the institution will be built. We need to put the institution in place. The current constitution will be the interim constitution, the way Solomon said, because we need the elected people, and the elected people, they are the one who will put the permanent constitution for the South Sudan. It's not these people right now, because the current government have the majority within the parliament, and therefore, if you want the permanent constitution to be right now within the interim period, it will be for their favoritism. So we need the elected people, and that's why we want all the oppositions to go there and campaign, so that they can bring their people to the parliament, so that they can make the decision after the election. But the notion that the election will be rigged Actually, nobody would believe you. Let us go and let them leak the election, and we have the evidence, and then we can tell the world, actually, the people, they rigged the election. But you cannot predict that the election will be rigged, actually. That will not work.
Okay. Well, Dr. Francis, it's good always having you. I have some more questions, but it looks like we are running out of time. Let me go ahead and bring other people as much as I can so they can add their perspective. So thank you so much, for...
Okay, thank you.
Articulate point here. Let me move ahead here and call others. Thank you. All right, my dear beloved South Sudanese, let me go ahead and see who else requested. So we go ahead and bring you in, and we move on from here. There's only one person that's interested, Peter J.U. Let me go ahead and call you Peter J.U. You're the only one that I see there. So go ahead and answer that. Peter J.U. I'm calling you. Can you answer that call, please? Okay, look like he has a network problem. That's why he's not answering. Go ahead and see you. Let me go ahead and bring Reverend Carmelo. It looks like you waited for a long time. You keep coming and going, coming and going. But I'm calling you now, Reverend Carmelo. Hopefully your network will cooperate, and then we'll move on.
When that's federal.
Hello.
Hello. Akhbar.
So you have an echo. So I'm going to go ahead and make a second.
One second. Asma, good.
What are we talking about? Federal?
You know what we're talking about, Kwan Malwa?
Well, you guys keep going back and forth, and then we continue to blame parties and all this stuff. But I mean,
Kwan Malwa, I'm not going back and forth. This is.
No, not you. Not you.
That's why we have to talk about it.
Not you. Well, let me just say this, okay? I've been here since the start. I listened to Governor Agel, and I also listened to Ambassador Raz, and I even also listened to a response from Sabata, which is the kind of where we come in as the viewers and put our perspective. Mm-hmm. But I like what Ambassador Raz was saying, and I like what Sabata was saying. I think in order to have the systematic, you need that.
So when you say that, you like when Ambassador, when Honorable Reath said, he said that he doesn't believe that this peace will be implemented, and he is an IO member. So do you believe that?
Remember last time we said that in this peace we all have doubts, and our doubts it's different from individual to individuals. I'm one of those people that I give this peace 51% long time ago.
So
and the reason. Right. So the reason that I give it 51% is because I don't know the unknown. All right. And Ambassador Rez, who was speaking earlier, he was not speaking on behalf of his party. It was his own personal as an individual. Mm-hmm. And he put his point of view. But as a party, of course, he liked it. All right. He's not going to oppose it because his party liked it. But the reason what I'm saying is I agree with Ambassador Raz and also what Sabata was saying is, yes, federal system, a lot of our people don't know it. Our people, they're so easy to be manipulated. Just, they were manipulated by 32 states. That's what Ambassador was saying. That's exactly what was rephrased by Sabata, that our people, they're not educated when they come to understanding.
Okay, Kwan, you are in the United States of America. Mm-hmm. You are the very the same person. In 2010, we advocate for referendum, we campaigned for it, and we voted overwhelmingly. We had a country. So now you are fighting for democracy, justice, liberty, prosperity. You need a democratic, transparent manner. At the same time, you're saying that these people, they don't know, and they are the same people that vote for independence. Come on, man. I don't get it. I don't get it.
You see, the problem is, and I see some of you guys are doing the comparison. You compare the CPA with the federal system, where you say if we were able to take the CPA to our people, why can't we do that with the federal? No, it's not the same.
Why it's not the same?
Because
the same people. جنوبين ديل كانوا متعلمين وبقى خلاص راسهم شطط بقى ما متعلمين تاني.
Yeah.
What it is?
I'm
interested because I love transparent, democratic. So if you want for democratic and transparent, let's go for it. Let's go and sell ideas to the people and let the people vote. Why are you running away from it?
Jongkor, do we want our people to be manipulated all the time by politicians or by lawmakers?
Who's gonna manipulate them? You gonna talk. You're gonna go to Pagag and campaign. I'm
What?
gonna go to Awul and campaign.
This is how
about the federalism.
This is how easy. Okay, this is how easy our people can be manipulated by educators. Okay, and the reason is if you see the 32 states, a state like Tui, a state like Toy, those are not economic states. But the citizens were able to be manipulated that it is good to have your own state when it is not even adding up economically. That's why we continue to say that our people, they're not educated. I, Kwan Malwa, can go to Bantu and told that when people vote for me, I'll vote for federal system because of this. They do it because they trust me, not because they understand the system itself. That's what we continue to debate here.
So now, I'm sorry, to be a little bit, interject myself.
No, go ahead.
So now you're saying that South Sudanese are going to be manipulated. So now what we need to do, we need to make a decision on their behalf as a party, as an IO, as a NAS, and SSUF, PDM, government. We need to make a decision on behalf of the people, and we don't want to allow them actually to determine their destiny. That's what you're telling me. Is that
Jongkor,
listen, if that's what you're telling me, if that's not contradicting what you stand for as someone that advocating for democracy and transparency,
Jongkor, I love federal system, okay? And I told people that if you like 32 state, because you happen to be a Nuer guy, you want to be a Nuer alone, have your damn county, have your damn city. You can do that and have one state, if that's the case. But what we try to say, we try to divide here. What is the federal system? The federal system is basically could be manipulated by politicians. It's very easy. Even in America, they do it. Okay, it's so easy to be manipulated. The federal system that we're talking about, it could be manipulated. So if they could be manipulated in a country where there's a systematic voting system that is set up, and yet people can still manipulate it, what would it be in a third world country? It would be worse than that. So it's basically just kind of like driving cattle into a sea to drink water. That's what we're saying here. But we're not saying that our people do not have the judgment. Of course our people have the judgment. Of course our people understand what life is. But if you're going to take like a Western systematic that they never heard of it before, and then you want them to say, let us go for this in a referendum, of course they're going to support it tribally. Nuer will vote Nuer, Asholi will vote Asholi, Denka will vote Denka.
Kwan, you and I, we were calling for democracy and fairness. This is a westernized ideologies too.
I love it. Jongkor, I love it. But what I'm trying to say is, basically, I'm kind of reiterating what was said by some other speaker, that federal system, it could be manipulated by the very people who happen to be elite. By saying that don't support this or support this. Let us just say the Iowa people will say support this. Guess what? Basically, every person in the Upper Nile, Nuer and Chuluk and Denka, Tomabon will support it. The same thing with other region as well. It could be manipulated. So what we try to say is the federal system is good to have. And some people say that we do have it. Yes, we do have it. What is the federal system? The federal system is the one that is being held by the elite, where they can decide who go pee and who go see the doctor. We don't want that system. I mean, systematic federal system is good for all of us. It doesn't matter what tribe you are. It's basically you wanted to be free. You want to have that fair election. That's part of the federal system. That's part of the federal institution or governance, where you allow people to go and express what do they like and what they're not in favor of. Not just say, hey, I'm going to give you 62 states. Yeah, this is people demand. I'm giving you 5 states. Yeah, this is people demand. No, we want to do this in a memorandum factor where people go in and choose. But at this stage, and not even just that, with all the respect to Dr. Hakim, when you say give people power, how are they going to give you the power when they want to stay in it? You're not going to get it. And the way he was saying, like, Kiriak should go. Well, guess what? These people here, they have supporters too who do not agree with you. So where does these people go? So when you say these people go, you basically undermining their support, just like they're undermining you with your candidate. So let us be a little bit more reasonable and also consider to others. I mean, this is not about React, this is not about Kir, it's also about people who supported these two gentlemen. And that need to be considered. But all in all, I think we need a federal system. And with all the respect to Nasibi Abu Yasmin, you know, saying that we should go to Nigeria so we can learn federal system. Why are you going to broke guy? Why are you going to a guy who went to prison already? You should go to the guy who have not gone to prison yet. So you cannot go and learn from somebody who filed bankruptcy when you want to start business. You just cannot do it. You have to go to somebody who succeeded in business.
He said
in order for you.
If we want to learn the example, we should see how it was applied in Africa. And then from there, we can determine which one we need exactly.
And he sent me to Nigeria, who is a failing federal system. Why can he send me to another country who that is still have a good systematic? Because you're going to adapt anyways, right? You're going to adapt a good system. So why are you going to a failing government? And I think that was a misleading there. But hey, we just here sharing our point of view. But federal system is a good system. You know, the fact that I can elect my governors or elect my mayor, that is my right as a citizen. I don't want somebody else to decide who should be my governor. I don't want somebody to decide who should be my superintendent. Let me be the decider. Like here in Maine, it's a small state. We have about 17 counties. Okay, those 17 counties, you're basically talking about 17 mayors. Okay, is that a bad thing? It's not a bad thing. We can have the same thing. You know, I always taught this to my people in Ruweng. Have your own city, whatever, do it. But let us have one state. You know, where we say, okay, this is our state name, but we can have our city in a way that we not also try to introduce hatred among ourselves. Like I say, if you're going to divide my state because my brother and I, we don't get along, I will never go to his state. And those are the things that we're setting up. But all in all, thank you for all the contributors. And I think, hey, we all have our differences. But one thing that we should not disagree on is it's a federal system. It's a good systematic, how we should be governed as a nation. And I don't think we should be there should not be any differences in terms of do we want it or we don't want it. Thank you very much.
Did you have turkey? Did you eat turkey?
Did I eat turkey? No, man, I did not eat turkey, man. I cut mula bita mulakombo be asido. That was my turkey.
No more man. All right,
well, you know, I try to compare the two things. I was like, okay, this one he takes short and the other one takes longer, so I went with a shortcut.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Thank you and happy Thanksgiving to all of you.
No problem.
Thank you.
All right, let me go ahead and see who's next. So we're moving. All right. So Peter Joe, I tried to call you, but it didn't work. Let me see it. Yes, Charles. Dang. I'm gonna go ahead and call you. Go ahead and answer that. Charles, I'm calling you. Answer that. All right, Charles, good to see you. I tried to play Fanan from Texas, actually. All right. Do you hear me?
Happy Thanksgiving, Jongkor. Yeah, I hear you. Happy Thanksgiving.
I went to Everett and I had very good with Junubin. Yesterday I met people that very long time. And أنا قابلت مهندسين بتاع بوين. الناس اللي بيعملوا طيارات أسمبل جنوبيين كمان مهندسين في شركة بوين الأمريكية. امبارح في بيت واحد كده أبونا.
نفرين هناك.
Yeah, it was good. See, جنوبيين they are smart. حتى طيارات هم شغالين في بركبوا they are assembling, you know, طيارة, you know. So go ahead with your perspective, Charles.
في الشركة بتاعنا بتاع assembly ده. You have two of them في ولاية بتاعك عندك نفرين وعندك كمان اي مبروك للمرة بتاعك كمان يا brother.
لا يبارك فيك والله.
Jongkor.
Yeah,
مبروك. She's doing fine, man. Like, she's gonna be you know, captain very soon.
I hope so, yeah.
What's going on with Kwan Malwal? Kwan Malwal is going back forward. What's going on with him?
Well, you hear the conversation, but we need your perspective as well. So go ahead.
Yeah, let me say hi to your viewers. I know we are running around. It's the holiday weekends. People are not in one place. People are moving up and down on the ground and so on. But anyway, I enjoyed listening. We talk about all those stuff. We just kind of revision, but it's okay. You know, we still we're still on the peace process. A lot of people were spoke. Some of them, they have things that can help us. Some of them, they are backward. One of the party, Dr. Hakim, if it's me, I will say Dr. Hakim need to retire from the politics of the South Sudanese because it's out of the ideas. His ideas are old.
Go ahead.
We are talking about, issue of the federal should be depend on the citizen of the country. This is my ideas. It should be the provision that our citizen to choose what kind of the system they're looking for, because it are culture itself. Culture for Jurub, the Tabani, our Gabail, in a Gabail, 72 or 70, whatever.
Correct.
That culture, it should be also a part of the constitution of the country. Okay?
No.
So that one will allow how we will determine, But when we calling, say this federalism has to be for educated people, it doesn't make sense to me. Because when we get that country, it was not the people who was educated, they're the one who vote for that nation. Kullu Junubin, they vote for it. So here, if we want to send the message of the federalism, we should just do it like the way we did it in 2005. Everybody should be aware. We should, everybody. So the federalism system, let be open to the people. People will vote for it. What kind of the federal we are looking for? If you look now, can I look the way people are talking in the regional. Look the way the people of Upper Nile they are speaking. Look at the people of Barghazal how they talk, and look people of the Kitora how they talk. You can see there is some different federalism here in the region. So federalism here, it doesn't fit. Yeah, right now it doesn't fit among us with the war we have in the country. والمشاكل اللي في داخل الدولة, I think federalism doesn't fit right now because people are calling federalism in their own issues. It look at the root cause. Now the root cause was been taken so many root cause. Everybody said he have his own root cause. Okay, so you cannot even understood exactly what is the root cause of the country. What brought war? Final Bugul is SPLM. Final Bugul is the killing of the citizen. Final Bugul is the corruption. So the root cause will become more multiplied. For Brother Jongkor, in an issue, we have issue. The only thing is, let us accept this peace and let us force those people to go to 2011. The 2011 will determine. That's where you can see the real future of the South Sudan. And we have a fair election. You mean 21? That election, 2021, the election. Yeah, we need people to focus. Let us push those guys to implement the peace so that we can have fair election. When we have fair election, then from there we will have a new leadership in the country. But now we are calling for federalism. We are calling for corruption. We are calling for changing of the. It will not work. It doesn't work at all. So our aim right now, we should just enforce people to focus on the peace. Peace, they are Riyasa Batan. Loma we salve the country, whatever we are telling here, whatever we are calling for, it will not work. Anywhere. We're not going nowhere. Accept peace. Let us accept this peace. And the peace is already been signed. People who were fighting, not the kind of Mishkala, people who were fighting the Sila, Zol al Masik Sila, Salam. I'm surprised for somebody don't have a gun, is calling for reform. How come you're gonna have reform in the mind of Jesh? Mind of Manata Gita Gabato. You don't have nothing. No power. Power in the framework, in another Masikina Sila. So we are looking for those who have guns to accept the peace. The man has guiding for hotel, the man has guiding to country town, and then they are calling for the peace. What peace they are calling for? Like Dr. Hakim. Hakim is looking for what? You don't even understand Hakim. The central government is calling for federalism, is calling for regionalism. It's confusion. The ideas between 1970s, the ideas that Jab Kokoro Fidola, the ideas that Mama Khali Dola Gidam, the ideas that are not reflect us with this generation. Ideas that are not reflect us. So our aim, we need peace, brother Jongkor. Okay? Peace is the main thing so that we can go to 2021 election and election will determine. Election will determine how the country is going to have a new leadership. That's the only solution. Other than that, people will stay outside. If you have a question, you ask me, brother.
No,
I know people don't like it, but that's the way I see.
I don't have any question. You made your point. Thank you so much, for coming on. It looked like we are running out of time too. Let me go ahead and see what I have here. So thank you, Charles. Thank you for coming on and adding your perspective as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank those Abdullah Gareng, Gang, and so on, and the group.
All right. So let me see here. Who else? Jamal Zaman Fat. That's so crazy. So Dominic Woro. I'm calling you Dominic. Dominic Woro. So go ahead and answer that. Dominic Woro. Go ahead and answer, please. Okay. So you look like, oh yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
Good. Yeah, Alan. Tamam.
Good to see you.
Yeah, what is the topic?
Oh, brother, we've been talking for like 3 hours.
Okay, I forget I came late. I just came
Well,
late.
if you come late, it's going to be difficult, to explain.
No, it's not difficult too. No problem. I can try.
So go ahead and make your point because we already run out of time,
Yeah, what is the topic? What is the topic?
The topic is up there. The topic actually, we had a debate.
Okay.
We had a debate and we debate the issue. So let me see what I can do. It looks like my brother, I'm not going to be able to do that because the time cut me off already. So it seemed like we're running out of time. Let me see here if I can bring this guy in really for 2 minutes. 2 minutes. What I give you only 2 minutes. So you decline, I don't know. So go ahead for 2 minutes so we can go because I ran out of time already, Because you waited for a very long time. So
yeah, Malam.
Just go ahead for 2 minutes, please, because we ran out of time already. So
hey. So Kalamuta, but Kwambal is good. Kwambal was right. Yeah, Jongkor. Very soon they will have so many death penalties. Federalism is 100% correct, but it will be implemented or will be introduced in the next 12 years as an institutional base.
Yeah, my
because we cannot just go. Listen.
I want to tell you the disagreement between me and Kwan Malwal. We are advocating for justice, liberty, prosperity, and democracy and transparency. Okay, why would you say that?
What is democracy?
Listen.
What is democracy? Democracy listen. South Sudan will be a dictating system. Forget about democracy for now.
No. What I was telling him, I said, if we are able to vote for referendum, don't you think that we can for the independent? Don't you think that we can be able to vote for federalism too? It has to be put to the people, right? And we have to educate people on that regard. That's my disagreement with.
Yes, it could happen. It could. Yes.
Go ahead.
It could happen, but the problem is people of South Sudan, they are too rational. They just want things to happen overnight. Yes, federalism will one day, not now, one day be introduced into institutions. Like the peace will very soon will be foundations in middle schools, high school, colleges. Because they are assuming things. They need to
thank you so much, my brother Zaman.
So they are assuming things, but let us try to be very patient.
Thank you.
President Salva Kiir's speech today was very correct, and he meant what he said. And I'm sure I have believed with honesty now. Peace will come and justice will prevail. Everybody who is not in peace now, you have to speed up and come back as soon as possible. Otherwise, the train is running away, and very soon there will be implementation and sentencing. Will be an immediate. Ganun shakal ajak lazim najib salam by all means. Wala Turkiya wala Marib Let's try to celebrate Turkey wedding.
Thank you. Thank you, brother, for
I know you have no time. I will give you a shot.
All right, thank you يا جماعة. إلى هنا بنصل لختام حلقة بتاعنا يوم الجمعة. I know that we ran out of time. I wish I would have, have more discussion. We ran out of time already. Thank you so much for participating, and thanks to our brothers. I thank Agel Machar. I thank you, brother Reath, for being part of this, and others who debated this issue and you were the participants. Thank you so much for waiting and staying with us. Inshallah, الأسبوع الجاي with new topic. محاور جديد. نشكركم كل الشكر. We have to have a conversation in order to move forward. شكرا.